Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Fairing for the Large Scale Off-Road Euros 2014. And let's say good morning, John Hindhaugh.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to a slightly weather-delayed first live session here on rcracing.tv and EFRA.ws. We've had very, very heavy overnight rain, and that caused the track conditions to be, I'm afraid, unusable this morning. The guys here at Fairing have been working very, very hard with sawdust to try and get rid of the worst of the water, and we are about to get underway. In fact, I think I can just hear the engines outside now. But what it does mean is that the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions, have been cut down from 4 rounds to 3. We have got both 2 and 4-wheel drive this weekend. It's going to take up quite a bit of time. We'll rattle through them as much as we can. Before we get outside to the track action, just want to let you understand, if you're new to this, just how big these large scales are. 6th scale, and they're big, they're heavy, they're fast, and they're spectacular, and they are built to take punishment. Paul, if you can just walk gently backwards here and have a look at the front wheel here on this buggy down here and see how much that has taken. Tyres, of course, are always going to be an issue. You're going to be looking for grip all the time, but it's a great entry here at Fairing, which is a fabulous circuit. It's a full-time circuit. If you were watching last night, you would have seen the start of the problems that we had with the weather, with all of the overcast and, in fact, thunderstorms that we had. It's a little bit grey to black today, in all honesty, but it's got that weird light that is kind of spread out. It's going to be difficult, I think, for the guys to track the buggies on the far side of the circuit. Let's just go trackside before we head up to some live action. As you can see, we've already got some spectators there just to your right, Paul. If you head through that way, and I'll come round the other side. And what we can see is quite clearly already the surface is starting to break up, and as we look there at the buggies going through, they are bringing quite a bit of dirt up with it, and they are struggling for grip out there to the point where they're looking off the circuit. Now they should be much quicker than that. It's very hard packed here, and the guys have done a really good job in trying to get it down. If this was the cricket, I think, and I was the batting side, I'd be looking for the heavy roller this morning. But off in the distance, you can see we're surrounded by very grey and black coloured clouds. Just in the middle of the circuit, the bridge there, and all of the different surface changes from basically cobbles to metal to a different form of almost tarmac blocks. The times are going to be down. I don't think we're going to be breaking lap records here. These are the 2-wheel drives that have just sprayed me with mud. This takes me back to Rallycross at Croft back in the late 1990s. It was all get as close as you can and experience it. This is exactly what we'll be doing this Thursday, Friday and finals day, of course, on Saturday here at Fairing. You're watching rcracing.tv and EFRA.ws. We're live for the Euro large-scale off-roads. Let's give you an overview of what's going on from the upstairs camera while I start checking out some times for you. So then we've got the first of the qualification groups out on the circuit at the moment. Remember, just 3 qualifying sessions. This is 2-wheel drive. We were looking at the blue machine of Klaus Hansen from Denmark earlier on out on the circuit. Times coming in 50-second laps. and above, that just shows you how difficult it is to find any kind of rhythm around here. 5 minutes still to run on this, just under 10-minute qualifying sessions. As you can see from the right hand side of the screen there, it is Dalibor Rohak, the Czech Republic driver, on the 3, who has the best of the times at the moment. Michael Thomsen from Denmark in second, Andy Fridsen in third position, then Klaus Hansen, Henrik Worm, Jakob and Steen Jeffers, the 2 Danes. Lots of Danes in this heat. And then it's Ales Mavrish, Adam Soltis and Adrian Urik. In fact, Adam and Adrian haven't been out on the circuit so far. What I'm noticing, just from looking at these pictures that you're seeing now, is it's front end grip that's missing. Everybody struggling with understeer and push through the corners. Just coming through the number 7 of Henrik Worm, heading onto the back side of the circuit. And whilst grip on both ends is at a premium at the moment, it certainly seems to be that they are struggling to get the buggies to turn in any way, shape or form. The problem is as well that there's different rates of drying of the track here at Ferring. And so we have got some areas that are actually, if not dusty, certainly in decent condition. You can see the lighter portions of the track on some of our shots that have had sawdust put down to try and squeeze out some of the moisture, certainly on the whoops in the foreground there, which are actually a bit more technical than they look. Walked the track last night, very impressed with this facility, as we were with the stirring for the track Euros that we were at last weekend. And talking to Ken Valkiers last night, saying it was very, very difficult to very difficult to find grip, particularly on the paved sections. So we've got something in the region of 1 minute and 47 left, and we'll get then at the end of this some kind of benchmark as to where we are time-wise today. MCD Racing and Graphil Bodies bringing you this live coverage on EFRA.ws from rcracing.tv. It looks to be Michael Thomsen who is setting the pace here on the number 6. Number 6 is the mud-coloured one, with Andy Fridsen in second place on number 1, which is the mud-coloured one. This may take us some time. Thankfully, the numbers are mounted fairly high up on these off-road buggies, as we're seeing people now just get a little bit more confident. See the pace setter, if we can pick him up as he comes around. There's the number 7 going through. That's Henrik Worm in 5th position. And the number 1 is the bright orange buggy coming across the line now, is it? Yes, it is. There is Michael Thomsen, and that is in fact the end of the session. And that was an 11 lap run for Michael Thomsen, and Andy Frieden. So 6 from 1. Then on 10 laps, Klaus Hansen, Henrik Vorm, Jacob Jeffers. So let's just confirm the results here. So 11 laps for the top 3 and everyone else on 10. With time having expired. See just how bad the conditions are from our berm cam there on the outside of the final hairpin. Feel the marshals may be working extra hard this weekend. So this is the first of 3 rounds of qualifying today, and we'll be with these through to the end. 11 laps then, the benchmark for today. So far, I may be being slightly optimistic, but I think I can see a bit of a break in the clouds. There's very little wind again here, as per last weekend. Once the weather settles in for the day, good or bad, it tends to be settled. So there is the pit area, and it is raised here. There's the weather, and that is particularly threatening over to, I guess that's the north actually, from where we are. There's the pit area with one of the oddities of this circuit, with the raised run into the pits. And these 6, the large scale off-roads, pretty tight around there. Let's have a look at the grid lineup for the next run, with Robbie Burmer from Holland, then Philip Triplatt, Wolfgang Arndt, Ivan Turk, Jan Peter, or Peter Jan, excuse me, Heiko Bader, Sander Scholte, Miha Mandelesh, and Libor Novotny, with Lars Anderson on the 10. They're just out on their warm-up at the moment. MCD Racing and Graphil Bodies bringing you this live coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros for 2014, live from Fehring in Austria. Drivers on their warm-up at the moment. Just watching some of the trials and tribulations of the drivers out there at the moment. And quite clearly the practice that's gone on all week has been of little use. Now that the conditions have changed so much, I was wondering if this flat light's not helping the drivers, who are quite away from the far end of the circuit, even for these big machines. Let's have a quick look at the comments coming in on rcracing.com. Eric Schmidt saying good luck for the Dutch drivers and for the Elcon team. And that's echoed by Andy C as well. You can comment on the side of the RC Racing YouTube channel, and we'll try and keep an eye on some of those for you as well. The time has started, by the way, and we're still on the off-road two-wheel drive. This is the second group, watching the number 8 there of Miha Mantelesh. Still waiting for the first lap times to come in, as Mandalesh misses out, gets the rhythm wrong on the whoops at the end of the lap. Will be interesting to watch the lap times come down as we get to the better drivers, and I presume as the track begins to just dry out a little bit. With no wind, it's going to take some time. We were looking at 49s, and already Ivan Turk, who is the fastest of the drivers at the moment, has got down to 47.9. Quite a lot of drivers still to complete their first lap out there, so 10 or 11 laps is going to be as much as we'll see in these early heats. So you watch the number 1 there of Robbie Perma from Holland. His best lap of 44.6. So all of a sudden people beginning to dial themselves in to the conditions here. And that is right in front of him. The number 2 is Philip Triplat. It's the maroon and yellow buggy that's just been passed there. In fact, heads off over the whoops, and there's the mistake by Triplat. Oh, that looks like damage to me. Front wishbone and the shocker has gone on that. And that is not how it came out the box. And that one has been parked. That didn't look like a huge off, if I'm honest. Must have just caught it wrong as Triplat landed on the middle whoops. When we are seeing some people flying the middle whoops now. So we go back to our leader after 3 laps, Robbie Perma. This is qualifying, remember, of the large-scale EFRA off-roads. MCD Racing and Graphil Bodies bringing you this coverage from Austria. There's the number 1 of Robbie Perma then, heading over the bridge. Then you've got to get it stopped and turned. You can see how difficult it is, particularly with those little whoops. Now into the berm cam. He goes wide and back underneath us towards the first corner. Speed's picking up now, no doubt about it. You can see the confidence on the sticks of all the drivers, particularly the better ones. Nicely over the southern whoops, flying it now onto the tabletop. And here's where there's no grip at all for the front ends. And all of a sudden from the... Oh, just a little mistake there. From earlier when we mentioned that the issue was front end grip all over the place. So we get slightly better drivers, and the track is drying, in fairness. What we're seeing is people being more prepared to steer, using the throttle, kicking the back end out on these two-wheel drives. Berman now's got down to a 44.6. But that was his first time lap time. That was still his best. 45 and a 45.5 last time around. So reasonably consistent running. Second place is Ivan Turk on the number 4. That's the green with the checker on it. And let's see if we can pick that one up. Is that just coming over the bridge? There's so many green cars out there. No, that's the 3. So where is Turk? There he is, just coming through to Marshall's post 5 and up over the right-hander and onto the tabletop now. Expertly picked up by Matt. Oh, he's very squirrely over the bridge. You really see the suspension working very hard indeed on these larger scale 1/6 off-roads, just the two-wheel drive, and that's what happens. Terminal understeer going through turn 1. But you can see that people are prepared to pushed the envelope just a little more now, including Ivan Turk in second place. Average lap times, massive gaps here. 46.3 for the leader, down to 1:01 for Peter Jan in 8th position. Philippe Triplat not getting a time here. His car we saw with the damage early on, and Libor Novotny, I'm not sure we even saw the 9 out. Have you seen the 7? Yes, we have. Schulte Sander, the Dutchman. Oh, big spin right in front of us for the 0. Lars Andersen has gone over, and there you can see the difference in height between different parts of the circuit and the size of these off-road buggies. Not the work of a moment, and again just having the issue getting that turned in. Not the work of the moment to get those cars pointing in the right direction again. And if you listen carefully to our effects, you can hear the guys really pumping the throttles, trying rally driver style to get these buggies sideways. This is the tough part. On the brakes, that's nicely done actually. Get the weight coming forward onto the front wheels, try and help with the understeer. Well, the problem is they're not going quick enough to have to brake hard at the moment and get that weight transfer forward onto the front wheels. Oh, and another roll. That has been the problem area, hasn't it? On the middle tabletop, Lars Andersen falling foul there. This is not the cleanest of runs. And those little whoops in the middle there that Lars has just gone by look fairly innocuous. They're very annoyingly spaced. Deliberately so, of course. So you can't just fly all 3 of them. Certainly not in these conditions. I wonder if it's when it's dry later on you might be able to. So 2 of the green cars together. The first one is the green and check of Ivan Turk. Behind him, and I think catching him at the moment, is the 6 of Heiko Beder. And there, oh, I was just about to say, there you see the chance taken by Beder, and it almost paid off, flying the 2 big whoops at the back of the circuit at the southern end. They look fairly imposing, and there's quite a lot of air being got there. Let's have another look at this replay. Watch the second of the 2 green machines, flies it nicely and then just can't land it, and Heiko Beder is over but not out, rolls back in and gets back on the way, and as you can see he's caught straight back up to the driver he was hassling before at this part of the circuit, and indeed has gone through. So Heiko Beder in 3rd place. So give you the live positions on the top right hand side of the screen. It is Robbie Burmer who leads it from Ivan Turk, and Heiko Beder in 3rd from Sander Schulte. Already 11 laps being completed, which is what we saw in that first qualifying session. That would suggest to me that not only are the drivers getting better, which they are, but the track conditions are as well. Very much the first group out there were, if you like, sweeping the stage in WRC parlance. There were guinea pigs out there just having a look at the conditions. And the speeds down the front straight are going up. Ivan Turk in 2nd place. Not as confident as some others that we've seen. So he goes over the middle tabletop now and heads down towards the paved area before the bridge. Under the bridge, and just a little loss of momentum there. I haven't seen Robbie Burmer for a while. The number 1, that is the orange and white, just coming through to the over the bridge area now. which he does expertly. About a minute to go. Temptation is, of course, to try and fly the bridge as we look at the berm cam there and then on the straight. Oh, that was nice. Squared off the corner by Robbie Burma, the Dutchman, and this is showing in his times. Massive improvements from the first 10-minute qualifying session, and you can see by the body language of the buggies that these guys are enjoying this much more. Get on the brakes, get it turned in. Very nicely done. That's what we'll be expecting to see. Just unsettling the buggy and getting it turned in and getting on the throttle as quickly as possible, getting that weight coming forward, compressing the front springs and shockers. Here you've got to be patient, you can't get on the power too early. Very nudgy for these big 1/6. You can lose a lot of time there by going wide. Time is about to elapse, 8 seconds to go. This could be a 14 lap run then by Robbie Burma, who has eclipsed the rest of the field. This has been very... Oh, and he gets held up right in front of him. I think was the Wolfgang Arndt car. So time has elapsed. Let's just make sure everyone completes. I think we're going to see 14 click over on the right hand side here at the end of this for Robbie Burma, and that would be a new highest mark. Well, time has cleared rather quicker than I was anticipating it did. And there is Burma's car. Yep, 1 or 2 drivers still to finish, including their number 5. Number 5 from that heat, was Peter Jan. So there'll be a quick change down in the pits. Quite clearly, the organisers here wanting to get everything sorted out quickly and get people in and out. Olivier Blanchard will be off 1. Michael Van Dijk on 2, Philippe Hillich in 3, Frank Rucek on 4, Martin Konchel on 5, Timo Opper on 6, René Hube on 7, Dusan Beyer on 8, Dieter René Fassner on 9, and Ludwig Kreischer on the 0. So warm-up time for the third group of two-wheel drive off-road drivers. Live here on the MCD Racing and GraphilBodies.com coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros for 2014. John Hindhaugh and the rest of the rcracing.tv team with you in Austria. Now, spot some of these bodies for you whilst they're still clean. Just a couple of minutes of warm-up for everybody as we try to rattle through as much as we can. Okay, so let's once again have a look at the runners and riders here. Olivier Blanchard, Michael Van Dijk, Philippe Hillich, Frank Rucek, Martin Conchel on 5, Timo Upper on 6, 7, Rainer Jusch, Dustin Beyer on 8, Dieter René Fasner on 9, and Ludwig Kreischer on 10. So, coming down the last 25 seconds of running time. Right, let's get ready to go qualifying for this third group in the large-scale off-road two-wheel drive here on EFRA.ws, brought to you by rcracing.tv and our sponsors MCD Racing and graphilbodies.com. And having said there was no wind earlier on, it's all of a sudden just on the right-hand side of the circuit beyond the pits. If you just look at that European Union flag there on the left-hand side of our picture, and also the flags alongside, that's just blown up in the last couple of minutes. That is where the weather was coming from yesterday, from the north and east. And if you haven't seen yesterday's live show, it's on the YouTube channel for rcracing.tv. It's worth watching just to see what happens when a bolt of lightning hits close to live broadcasters. So, already a problem for the blue number 9 of René Dieter Fasner. And as you can see, time running down. 14 laps completed by Robbie Burmer in that last heat. And it's Philip Jillik on the number 3, which is the blue front and the white machine. Just on the centre tabletop now. And heading back towards us. And he's getting in the groove nice and early. Black and white checker on the back of that as well, as you can see. Michael van Dijk just rolling right in front of us, but gets going without the intervention of a Marshall. 10-minute quali sessions as we watch the Czech Republic driver. Indeed, it's Czech Republic drivers 1, 2, 6 and 7 at the moment, with Philip Jillik and Martin Conchel, and indeed Dieter René Fasner, notwithstanding that problem earlier on, has just popped up into second place on that mid-blue number 4. Well, everything changing behind the leader at the moment, Philip Jillik, as you can see from the right-hand side of your screen, as we're getting 1 or 2 drops of rain, I think, outside at the moment. Have the advantage of being indoors at the moment. There is the number 1 of Olivier Blanchard, the Frenchman, second place at the moment on the purple and white. Oh, suspension working very hard there, but you can see still getting plenty of understeer. See 1 or 2 of the drivers, some of them will wiggle the front wheels. Olivier clearly favours just getting it turned in and trying to unstick the rear end with a bit of power and trying to keep the same steering on through. Oh, and he's rolled it on the back on the southern whoops. Now he'll try and spin the wheels up. Now he's not going to do it. If you're on your side, sometimes you can spin the wheels up and have the car flip itself back upright. Timo Opper in third now, the German driver on the number 6. That is another green and white, green front with white on it. And let's see if we can pick that one up as well. Oh, already done. White bottom actually, rather than a white anywhere else. But there is the German. He's just popped up into third place, but is displaced. But might as well have a look at all of them during these sessions. You can see the different styles from the drivers. On towards halfway through this session. Only 5 laps completed. It's not going to be the 14 of Robbie Burmer from the second of our 5 two-wheel drive and 5 four-wheel drive heats. Oh, big sideways moment there for the number 8 of Dusan Bayer. Just ahead of the green car that we're watching. They are spectacular, aren't they? You can't deny that. And you can also see as well, particularly through the faster parts of the circuit, just how quickly they are flattening out and drying out the circuit here. And controlling these large-scale off-road buggies in the air is very, very important. Throttling up and back to change the attitude. Left rear getting a lot of punishment there through that section. And indeed here too, as you're getting on the power. And we have seen tyres pulled off the rim in the end of long races. It's nice stuff by Timo Opper in second at the moment, but Frank Rutschik and Dieter Rennie Fassner 4 and 9. Now the 4 is one of the red and white cars, white front with the red behind it. I don't think we've seen him yet, so we'll try and pick that one up for you. Number 4 of the German. There's the 5 going through. So where is Rutschek? There he is. So tempting, isn't it, to just hammer over that bridge. You've got to be patient on the left-hander afterwards as well, as you saw from Frank there. He just understeered all the way out. Loving the berm cam. Frank just making a little mistake there. Onto the middle tabletop. Oh! Huge incident right in front of us there. René Gusch on the 7 and Ludwig Kranschar on the 0. So Rutschik in second place from Timo Opper in third, but it's Philipp Jillich who leads out with 3.5 minutes to go on the number 3. That, remember, is the purple, the blue and white machine with the checker on the back. Just coming into the hairpin on the cobbles now. He's got traffic. .13 laps potentially for Jillich. He might get a 14. Looking at our clever RC TV software, the forecast at the moment is a 14 in 10:46. That means he'll have to be across the line very close to the 10-minute buzzer. And he can't afford any slip-ups. No one else near to that time. Will he be able to match Robbie Burmer's 14 laps in the last qualifying session? There's the big understeer coming through that left after the bridge. Patience, patience, my friend. Last 2 minutes. Of this, the third group of two-wheel drive for the EFRA large-scale off-road Euros for 2014. EFRA.ws, of course, for all the details of this and the rest of the European Championship meetings for the year, which are very busy indeed. Off to Germany next week, Saint-Amand, for another live Wednesday through Saturday broadcast from rcracing.tv and EFRA.ws. Ruchik then trying to get on terms with our leader, Filip Jilic. There he is. Oh, just a slight mistake there. I'm not sure he's going to get these 14 laps. He's not, is he? 43 seconds left. He's going to have to hustle. Needs to find some time. He's 2 or 3 seconds shy of getting back across the line. I don't think he's going to do this. He's just coming round to complete 13. There he goes now. Oh, just 10 minutes 4. No, he hasn't. 10 minutes 4 for Jilic, so he won't get his 14th lap in there. Frank Ruchek also going through on 13. Waiting for Timo Opper in third. The 6 green going through there now. He gets 13, as does Dieter René Fasno, who had that problem earlier on the blue 9. Michael van Dijk, will he get 13 as well? He should come through any time now. On the 2, there he is, going through. Such a long lap here. We have to wait such a long time for everyone to come back through. Well, there's our leader, but I think he's already completed. He's showing 13. Yes, he is. Coming back into the pits now. So, let's confirm very quickly the results. 13 in 10:04 for Filip Jilic. Frank Ruchek, also 13 laps. And in fact, everyone down to Ludwig Krenshaw on the 0 got the 13 lap run. There's the lineup for the next run, and whilst we look at that, hello to Aussie Mozzie, liking the streaming. He's on large scale down under, everyone watching, and all the big scalers from the Netherlands and Belgium watching now. RC Big Scale Forum. Hello everyone, welcome to the show this morning. Just if you are joining us as we look at the fourth group, excuse me, just to bring you up to date, there'll only be 3 qualifying runs rather than 4. We were a little late starting this morning, as you can see. The track is getting better now, but was very wet overnight here. Very wet indeed. It's Alex Mulder on 1 from Yannick Mudrovic on 2. Bernd Georgi on 3. Oscar Kut on 4. Excuse me. Martin Kraus 5. Kevin Trotman 6. Dusan Veter 7. Mike Plekpool on 8. Frank Haler on 9. And Roman Leluye on 10 on the 0. And they're in their warm-up now.
Hello. Well, hello if you're watching on the Facebook page, RC Racing TV. You need to go to Facebook, find the search bar and enter RC Racing TV and ask to join the group. We will induct you into the group live on air and say hello to you, and then you can comment and put in some input and even give us some information. Mike Wagner's been on there saying hopefully they can race. Well, they are racing, which is great news, and he's off this afternoon preparing for the German Truggy Nats, so good for you, getting some work in on your car during the day.
So down in the pits then, we're just coming to the end of this practice session before qualifying. And in fact, just getting the time starting now. That's who is on and out there at the moment. We're looking for around about 46, 45 second laps from these guys. It would appear that the weather around here recently has caused the foliage to grow very quickly indeed over our camera. It's being fixed, dear listener, I promise you. So the first time's coming in, and it's Kevin Trotman, Swiss driver, Hop Suisse, on the blue and yellow number 6 that leads out. But not for long. There's Alex Mulder, Oscar Kut, Yannick Mudrovic, Bernie Bernd Georgi, so Kevin Trotman is the man who completes the lap quickest. But these lap times aren't, I think, going to be good enough to get them the 14 laps. Alex Mulder and Oscar Kut at the moment are the two who are heading up the field, should I say. So we're in qualifying for the 4th group of the large-scale off-roads. Oh, roll on the very final corner. And you're not going to get marshals running around onto a live track like that in front of us, because there are cars coming at you at 20 or 30 miles an hour. And trust me, if 2.5-3 kilograms of one of these hits you, you're going to know about it. Our berm cam took a hit yesterday when someone had an issue with throttle and had a sticking throttle. It wasn't an issue with them working it, and completely destroyed berm cam version 1. However, our MCD Racing and Graphil Bodies.com live coverage continues, and we have replaced berm cam with berm cam V2. Just poking its head up above the parapet there. EFRA.ws, of course, the first call that you should be making on the World Wide Web for all of the details on the European Championships. And this is the large-scale off-road qualifying session. Watching there, Alex Mulder on the number 1. Second place at the moment, the Dutchman. Kevin Trotman, the Swiss, looks to be... Oh, big slide by the number 1. But it's Alex Mulder at the moment who is forecast to do 14 laps, along with the Czech Republic driver Martin Kraus on the 5, which is the blue and yellow, another blue and yellow car, but that might be them together, I think, there. If I just look around, Matt. Oh, yes, it is. I know that's, that's Martin Kraus. Bernd Georgi, the Swiss driver, on the 3. That is the bright yellow and orange, very bright orange. Also looking at a 14-lap run at the moment. Coming down to 5.5 minutes of the 10 still to go. It's going to be difficult to pass here, isn't it, during racing? Big old things, these two-wheel and four-wheel drive buggies. These are the 2s. If you like, the more traditional of two-wheel drive, of off-road, should I say. But there's no doubting the popularity of the four-wheel drive, and EFRA recognising that a couple of years ago. So we have a coming together there between Mulder and Georgi. Yeah, EFRA recognising that a couple of years ago and adding the all-wheel drive cars to the European Championship. Not without some controversy at the time, but it's about a 50-50 split here this weekend. And with the growth of four-wheel drive, it's quite possible that in the next year or so, in these events, we'll see actually more all-wheel drive than we do two-wheel drive. Nobody getting a really clear run at the moment as we watch Alex Mulder coming through under the bridge at the moment. And right on his tail then, trying to go down the inside of him, is the number 5 of Martin Kraus, Czech Republic driver. Holland, from Switzerland, from Holland, from Switzerland, from Czech Republic. Alex Mulder, Bernd Georgi, Mike Plekepoel, Kevin Trotman, Martin Kraus, your top 5, with 4 minutes to run. Oh, mistake there by the number 2, Yannick Modrovic. We'll spot some of the guys that perhaps we haven't seen. So look for the number 8 of Mike Plekepoel, the Dutchman, blue with multicoloured on the side. Just going through the hairpin there. Mike down in 5th at the moment. And see just how hard he's struggling to get that car turned in. It's still difficult conditions here at Ferring for the MCD Racing and GraphillBodies.com live coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. RCRacing.tv crew in attendance. And another live event next Wednesday through Saturday at Sand am Main in Germany. It's decent driving here by Mike, isn't it? Up in the 4th position at the moment. Roman Leluye, the number 10, which is the green, fluorescent green, white and green machine, just moving up for the moment as well into 5th position. Now back down into 6th. See if we can pick him up. Thanks, stay on that one, Matt. That's okay. Pictures are good enough for me to spot them from here. They've got big numbers on. So, have a look at Bernd Georgi, the number 3. Well, there's the 9. That is Frank Hehler. And there is the 3. That's Georgi. Oh, and he rolls it right when he didn't need to, and also holds up there Martin Kraus. Kraus has gone through on the 5. Just look how quick they're getting up to speed now, round to the south end of the circuit. Middle tabletop now. Tight
technically challenging circuit, which is difficult to race on, surely going to expect the passing in the racing to be done on some of the slower sections like here. You maybe get a block pass done down there if you dive down the inside. Maybe, I'm not sure there's a passing opportunity here. Possibly using the outside of the berm onto the last corner and the slingshot down the straight. Easy for me to say. Here. But that's not an easy corner. That's not a flat out corner. Turn 1. Here's an opportunity. Let's see whether it can be done here as we watch these two in qualifying. A race has broken out between the 5 of Martin Kraus and the 3 of Swiss driver Bernd Georgi. Oh, tough there, isn't it? Oh, that's an interesting line. That's the 8, isn't it, of Mike Blekepoel. The Dutchman just kept the throttle right on and rode the curb on the right-hand side of the hairpin. Seemed to work for him, though. As you can see, time is about to run out. And I can tell you that Alex Mulder has done a 14-lap run in 10:34. 10:44 for Bernd Georgi, also on 14. And I think they're going to be the only two on the 14-lap runs. He's got 1 or 2 still to finish. Oh, in fact, it's only Alex Mulder who is on the 14 laps. Just waiting for Oscar Kut and Dusan Veta to come through and complete. Right, let's have a look at the confirmation of the results. First qualifying for Group 4. Mulder, the only one with the 14-lap run. One more two-wheel drive before we head on to the four-wheel drive, and Ken Valkius, who we spoke to yesterday evening, is among that. Of Valentin Persiat, the French charger, in there as well. So let's have a look at the next grid. And there it is, confirmed with Ken Valkius on 1, Peter Hartmann 2, Alexander Schmidt on 3, Valentin Persiat on 4, Mario Di Bella on 5, Patrick Schweinzer on 6, Tim van der Elst on 7, Jaroslav Prux on 8, Sascha Kuss 9, Rick Hoffmann on 10. Let's have a look at the social media. Jinxie says, why isn't this on TV? It is. Just put an HDMI lead from your laptop into your TV. That ain't going to be on TV. So after the rain delay in Ferring this morning, we are live from the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road Euros. You can still see a little bit of grey cloud as we're off and running for the warm-up for this next and the final of the two-wheel drive first set of qualifying runs. Lots of multicoloured bodies here for me to spot. Need Andy Blackmore to do me a spotter's guide for these. So this is just the warm-up portion. Well, these guys look like they're getting the grips, pun completely intended, with the circuit here very nicely indeed. Yeah, pushing the envelope here very much indeed. Trying to find the grip where they can. Look at Ken Valkeers here as he goes through in front of us. And time has started now. Don't bring these guys back into the pits. So Ken with a bit of traffic, which he deals with nicely on the slightly more orange than that. I've written that down as orange and white, but I'll sort of say purpley red and white. Dark orange. Oh, so he just pops out in front of us. Behind him on the number 8 is Jaroslav Prux, and it's those two guys who lead out at the moment, looking for a 14-lap run in this 10-minute session. Noticing that Petter Hartmann has got no numbers on the side of his, just on the front on the number 2. Oh, Valkeers has beached himself on the infield hairpin. No drive to the rear wheels. That's cost him dearly there, and immediately drops down to 4th position, and he's going to be struggling now to get the 14-lap running in this first session. It's Alexander Schmidt on the number 3, which is the blue and yellow buggy, the German, who is at the moment battling at the head of the field. Well, as I say that, it all changed again. It's Jaroslav Prux and Tim van der Elst. I'd be expecting half the field here to get a 14-lap run. And they've not really started as quick as I expected them to. Average lap times, though, for the first time, we've got 3 drivers, albeit after only 2 or 3 laps, with average lap times beneath 44 seconds. Still tricky conditions here at Ferring. And keep the comments coming in. Hello to everyone down under in Oz, watching footy and us at the same time. Who's on the box today in Aussie footy? I'm going to say thanks to RC Timing for our wonderful on-screen graphics on the right hand side, and for all the information that I'm able to give you. Oh, and that's gearbox. You can hear it revving. No drive to the rear wheels. Oh, disaster Alexander Schmidt was right up there, and he's not going to get a decent qualifying time here at all. Yeah, well done to RC Timing. All the predictive timing that I've got, plus the on-screen graphics that you're seeing on the right-hand side, and our results graphics too, all being driven by RC Timing. Obviously, if we'd been broadcasting from India, we wouldn't be allowed to use the predictive part of that timing screen. Joke for anyone who follows cricket there. So watching at the moment on the infield section, very, very technical. Two buggies together, and there is an opportunity to pass there as over goes the number 8, and that was Jaroslav Proks sitting in third in this qualifying session. Tim van der Elst is the man to watch at the moment on that green and white buggy. He is projected for a 14-lap run. Ken Valke is, after that mistake early on, also on the number 1, projected as a 14-lapper. Oh, nah! Tim van der Elst goes over, and that's cost him, what, 3-4 seconds maybe? We'll see when he comes across the line. He's been lapping in under 44 seconds, and when he comes round next time, I think his 7th lap time is going to be well outside of that, and that is going to cost him dearly in terms of how many laps he gets on this run. Remember, if you're new to this, tuning in for the first time maybe, it's about how many laps you can get in the book in the allotted time. 49.2. So that was best part of 3 seconds he lost there, maybe a little bit more. And as we complete lap number 7 then, in this first qualifying round for the 5th and final group of 2-wheel drive large-scale off-road buggies here at the EFRA Euros. It is Petr Hartmann, the Czech Republic driver, on the number 2, which is the sort of dark orange and blue machine. Etruscan orange, shall we call it. And picked up by Paul, who's on the camera now. Nicely done, sir. And immediately, of course, we get to him. He drops back to 3rd. Little bits of timing. Dropping things down. We'll stay on him for a little while, though, see what he styles like. Accelerate. He's got plenty of grip. Plenty of forward grip, certainly. Not sure about sideways. He favours throwing the buggy into the right-hander onto the bricks. Oh, nasty bump there, isn't there? Right on turning. I think you want to be up the inside there, you know, into that hairpin. Flirt with the curb. Well, 9 laps down for most of the leaders. And believe it or not, despite that 3-second stop, Tim van der Elst and Petr Hartmann are the 2 guys still at the front as time is ticking down. 3.5 minutes to go. Let's pick up the 0 of Rick Hoffman, which is the sort of black and white, or dark blue and white. There it is. Haven't seen him yet. We'll have a look at his style. Oh, keeps the lock on all the way over the metal bridge there. That's interesting, isn't it? Doesn't straighten the wheels back up again. Sets the buggy up from a long way out. Uses the berm. Across the start-finish line, little Scandinavian flick. Left, right and left again before turning into turn 1. It's nice stuff. And his average lap time is 44.6, which is fairly tidy. Not sure we've seen the number 2 for a little while. Let's see if we can pick up Petr Hartmann. That's the dark orange and blue that we were watching a little while ago. There he is. In the meantime, I'll spot one or two we haven't seen. Mario Di Bella on the white, red and white. That is the number 5. Just going under you now, Paul. There it is. Just to give everybody a little bit of coverage that we can. The end of these first round of qualifying sessions for two-wheel drive. Oh, just about holds on to that, does Mario. Coming up behind him. Orange, number 6 of Patrick Schweinther, Austrian driver. Give him a couple of minutes of fame as well. On home ground here. Permanent facility. Oh, nice driving by both drivers there. Different styles though. See how Mario threw the car in and Patrick preferred to drive it in. Lap times roughly similar though. A lot less going on at the rear of Patrick's car. That buggy being pretty well nailed down there. Perhaps doesn't take quite as much speed to the apex, but punches out pretty well. Now has a little look and is able to drive up the inside. That's interesting, isn't it? Those two different driving styles there, producing a passing opportunity for the Austrian, which he's been able to make stick, and now begins to pull away. 40 seconds left. Peter Hartmann, number 2. The best of the 13 lap times. Long lap here. 43, 44 seconds for the fast guys on the two-wheel drives. Be interesting to see how the all-wheel drive buggies compare. They're up next. And now you see the 14 lap runs coming in. And still one or two drivers out there at the moment that may improve. One good lap at the end can make a difference. If you get a clear one. Tim van der Elst finishes on 14. He would have had 3 seconds off that 10-16 in second place, but for that mistake earlier on. Ken Valkiers, by the way, doesn't get the trip. He withdrew. So let's check the results there for our final set of qualifiers for the two-wheel drives. That's Group 5. And confirmation that everyone who went to the end, bar Sasha Koos, got the 14 laps.
Next is Group 6. Track marshal driver from Group 5.
So about a minute before we get the first of the four-wheel drive runners out there. And we can take a quick look at the grids. Once again, we'll get everyone out as quickly as possible from the pit lane and fire them out onto the circuit. Give them a little bit of warm-up time, then the clock starts whilst they're out there running. And you can see the Austrian flag there just being waved in the background. So four-wheel drives out on the circuit for the first time. I'm intrigued to see what the four-wheel drives do. They do take somewhat different lines. I noticed this yesterday. It's not always the same sort of line. You might see them on the front straight looking for more to drivers left. Some interesting colours on the bodywork here, so we should be able to pick them out for you. Oof. People struggling out there. Watching the 7 of Hindhaugh. Oh, big roll. Somebody already broken on the far side. If I can pick up that for you. I had the sense to bring a set of binoculars with me this time around, but that is in fact the number 3, the all-white car of Damian Petrov. As the clock has started running. So let's have a quick look at the grid lineup before we start getting some times coming in. Retoyegi, Emil Kramfilov, Damian Petrov, we're not going to see any time from. Svetslav Yanikiev, Marek Helbik, Ivan Kuts, Harmala, that's Antti Harmala, Finnish driver, Sal Patola, and Roman Petrak are the 9 in this first of the four-wheel drive qualifying sessions. Big roll for the number 2 right in front of us, but he, for the number 7 right in front of us, but he recovers. We're watching the number 1. And out on the far side, also an issue for the black and white Czech Marek Helbik. Seeing the number 8 out there, I can see he's circulating. I haven't been able to pick that one up to make the notes on the colour scheme. And Sal Patola in fact hasn't come out, so that's why we haven't seen that buggy. I've been straining my eyes for the last 2 minutes to try and pick up the colours for you. So 2 laps down, and already we're seeing average lap times around the 42-second marks for the men out front, so these will be 15 lap runs then, won't they? Ivan Kuts on the number 6. That is the blue and white buggy. Just about got enough dryness on the circuit now to realise that, and off on the far side of the track is the 6. That was our leader. Good pick up, Paul, thank you. You can see that they just punch out of the corners quicker. Big, long, power sliding drifts rather than on and off the throttles as we've seen from the two-wheel drive, using different lines, but the extra grip punches them out of the corners quicker. Get on the power a little bit earlier because the front wheels are pulling you as well as the back wheels pushing you. And the lap times down under 43 seconds, well, certainly for Ivan Kuz anyway. But that was a 50.2 last time around for Ivan. He lost a lot of time with the buggy on its roof, but he's very confident, isn't he? Sliding around. Have a look at him down onto the bricks. A little flick, gets it in, almost ditch hooking with the right front wheel. That's lovely to watch. Uses the bumper on the outside into the hairpin, punch the throttle, and there he goes. But a little bit wide there. Maybe he wants to get that a bit tighter. Now to the bridge. Got to be reasonably patient here. But you can see it's a different driving style from the two-wheel drives that we saw earlier. Uses all of the outside of the berm. And my goodness, they take off down the straight. Loads more acceleration. 41.8 last time around. Fastest lap we've seen this morning. And by far the class of this field, by some 20 seconds in terms of the projected time, despite being on his head for, or at least the car being on his head, for some 9 seconds 2 laps ago. So expect, I wonder whether we might get a 15 lap run from some of the quicker drivers in the four-wheel drive. This is the first group of them, ranked by their European seedings, of course. But you do get one or two oddities, people who perhaps don't do a full season or a full championship, and they pop up in a group that perhaps they're a little bit quicker than. It's the same on the track. Oh, goodness me. That's commitment for you, isn't it, from Ivan Kuz. I kind of think if he just backed off it a little bit, he might do a bit better. Sort of pushing the envelope, but he loves that flick. The old Scandinavian flick of the trick of the rally drivers, turning the car opposite the way that you want to go, unsettling it, getting on the power, and then the big drift. A bit of understeer, a bit of powered understeer through that fast banked left-hander at the end of the eastern straight. But there's the big drift. Loads of throttle. Not sure that that's going to be useful for him as over goes Emil Kramafilov. And on the number 2, Kramfilov, the number 2, has recovered. Just thinking, watching Ivan Kuz as we were, not sure that all of that sliding around will be very good for longer runs. Tyres, if this dries out, might be a bit of an issue. Oh, it's good to watch though, isn't it? That is lovely. But it's not tidy. He's just not able to get the rhythm. He'll put in a fast lap and then a slow one. I think there's something revving within an inch of its life behind us. I don't think that's on the track. So see if we can pick up the number 9, which is the green, purple and white of... excuse me. Okay, I'm slightly confused. I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper, my apologies. So there is the number 9, Roman Petrak. Oh dear. Showing in second place after completion of 9 laps, but he's not going to hold on to it driving like that. Now needs to get his head back in the game here. So this is the first of our four-wheel drive qualification groups. It is Group 6, 1 to 5 being the two-wheel drives, and that's what's threw me out a little bit. My apologies, I was looking for four-wheel drive Group 1. But it's, we just carried on the group numbering upwards. Second place then for Petrak. Reto Jegi is the number 1, which is the bright green buggy from Switzerland. He's in third. In fact, as I say that, he's dropped down to 4th, but let's have a look at him anyway. Just coming into the hairpin now, and Paul's already picked him up as the 7 of Antti Harmala goes spearing off ahead of him. Reto Jegi, or Yegi, possibly. Riding the outside cushion, just where the dirt is. That's very sprint car, isn't it? Knoxville Nationals style. Now let's see how he handles the infield hairpin. Now, that's much neater, isn't it? And that's what we were talking about before. Braking hard, transfer the weight. You could see the front suspension compressing there, and then turning in more progressively to the apex of the corner, almost taking a more traditional track racing line, and then powering through. Favouring that rather than flicking it in and trying to scrub off speed sideways. We'll stay with him for another lap and see if he does that again. Watch that again, and then we can maybe compare that with another driver in the last minute and 23 seconds or thereabouts. So here he comes again. Watch him as he comes into this area. There's he's a little bit of a flick there, but you saw the danger clearly is if you miss your braking point, you're going too quick and you can't get the buggy to turn in. Very interesting. So let's pick up the number 7 again, which is the white buggy just going under the bridge. This is Antti Harmala, Finnish driver. Oh, and as we pick him up, have I cursed him? Oh, and right behind him, off has gone the 6, I think. I think that was Ivan Keats behind him. Meantime, I think I have cursed him, haven't I? As soon as we mentioned him, he's come to a halt under the bridge. Antti Harmala. The reason I was going to pick him up was he's one of the guys who flicks into the hairpin. As the time elapses, Roman Petrak has got his 14-lap run in, but nobody with a 15. We'll let these guys complete. Reto Jagi, I think, is going to get the 14 as well, as he comes through the number 1. See him jump up from 3rd position in a moment. No, he stays in 3rd, but does indeed get that run. Karamfilov. Emil Karamfilov coming through as well. Will he go to 14? He might. Oh, just gets pinged there. Bit of a traffic jam coming into the pits. Let's check the results then. That's the first of our four-wheel drive. It's Group 6.
Next one is Group 7.
And I'm a bit surprised, really, that we didn't see more of them up into the 14-lap mark.
All cars must be undergoing inspection all time.
So,
All cars that are
the four-wheel drive first group. Well, quite a lot of you have been waiting to see these times. Another 5 four-wheel drive groups. That means actually I think we've got more four-wheel drive entries than we have two-wheel drive. There's a turn up.
Here is the penalty, stop and go.
Here's the next set of drivers. Mike Humphreys from the United Kingdom. Michael Schatzle from Switzerland. Tony Elfling. John Baud. Cedric Vicente. Melanie Trotman. Gerhard Umstader. Andreas Ivo. And Martin Petrak. All out there. And while you look at that, they're out on the circuit for their warm-up. Let you have a look at that. Yes, go ahead.
Got a couple of people queued up asking to join the RC Racing TV group, so if it's okay with you, I'll quickly initiate them into it. We have Andre Braun. Andre, thanks for watching along with us on YouTube and rcracing.tv and EFRA.ws. And of course now the Facebook group. Moreno Sheepers. Hello Moreno, welcome to you. Thanks for being with us. You can now comment alongside everybody else on the group. Plenty of people tune in. It's great to have people watching from Australia, Netherlands, Austria, and all over. Welcome to Roadhog. Thanks for being with us. Eric Schmidt says, great race, Elcon boys. John C1 says, how much quicker do you reckon the fastest four-wheel drive lap will be over the two-wheel drive? Well, we've just seen they're not doing an extra lap qualifying run, are they? But almost.
No, but there were a couple of laps, a couple of seconds quicker. Those guys there in the first of the four-wheel drive groups were a couple of seconds quicker on their fastest lap than the best of the two-wheel drive. So when we get to the better four-wheel drive pilots, I wonder whether we're going to see something around about. Are we going to see something around about 40 seconds? Conditions are improving as well, in fairness, Matt. It's not just the drivers that are getting better.
And that's echoed also by RC Big Scale Forum saying, but just wait for the faster four-wheel drive drivers. Indeed, yeah, exactly what John's saying. Track's improving, drivers are getting faster. As car number 2 isn't going to make his qualifying run. Not sure who that is, but Paul's following him, being carted off the track.
That's Michael Schatzle, the Swiss driver. And that white and orange machine, well, he might get out again. He's got about a minute before the 10 minutes starts. Let's have a quick reminder of who is out there at the moment. Mike Humphreys on 1. Michael Schatzle, we've just seen being taken away on 2. Tony Elfing, 3. John Baud, 4. Cedric Vicente, 5. Melanie Trotman, 6. Gerhard Umstatter on 7. Andreas Ivo on 8. Martin Petrak on 9. And the 10 minutes is about to start. 20 seconds or so. Just looking at the state of the cars in terms of how much dirt on them, they are getting cleaner, if you see what I mean, as we go through. So conditions are getting better from that point of view. I'm saying John Baud, where is he? There he is, the 3, which is dark purple. There's Tony Elfington. Right, well the time is ticking away now, so let's put the live positions up on the screen, courtesy of RC Timing. And immediately watching the number 3 there of Tony Elfing. Yet to complete his first timed lap, comes across the bridge here. And this will be his first time lap. It's been a bit tatty, if I'm honest. Bermcam showing him taking a tighter line. Goes across the timing line and clocks the 7th best time. Mike Humphreys on the number 1, the grey and white, British driver, looking to be the best at the moment. Oh, that's neat though by Elfing. This should be an improvement. His first lap was a 45.8, and I'm expecting to see 43s at the very worst from these guys once they get into their stride. So important to hit the ground running here. He's got traffic now, and that traffic is the number 9 of Martin Petrak, who gets out the way. So what's the second lap time then for Elfing? Yeah, 42.9, much better. Knocks him up to 3rd position, as you can see on our live graphic on the top right. Oh, and Elfing's off. He's going to have to pull that back. Just about gets it. Did well there. Didn't lose too much time. Mike Humphreys, the man setting the pace according to our predictive timing. That's the number 1 grey and white buggy, which at the moment is coming on the far side of the circuit onto the tabletop and down towards the paved hairpin. Oh, as we see Elfing just pop up and pop a wheelie there, but somehow hangs onto it. So still waiting to have a look at the number 1. Here it is, coming right underneath the final hairpin, underneath us now and down towards turn 1. Mike Humphreys. There he is. It's a decent pace. Befitting his number 1 status in this group. It's the second of the 4-wheel drives. Best time of this session, 42.9 by Tony Elfing. We saw that happen, but he's made some mistakes as well. And Mike Humphreys, catching the bump very nasty there. That was horrible, but he's held on to it. Now coming round to the bridge. 3 changes of surface in about 10-15 metres there. And Mike Humphreys at the moment is predicted to be the best at the end of the 10 minutes. 14 laps in a 10.26. We're still a ways away from getting that 15th one in, aren't we? And Ivo Andreas, 42.809 with the fastest lap. That is the number 8, which is the white, blue and mustard coloured buggy. And problems on the infield next to the bridge for the number 5. That being Cedric Vincente, the Frenchman. Meantime, there's the man who's got the fastest lap at the moment, 42.8. For those of you at home, write that one down. Now he favours, just bags of understeer into the hairpin. He's losing time there, isn't he? It's not quick. I like that line. I like that inside line into the hairpin. I think during racing you'll see a lot of people doing that and trying to make up positions. You've got the opportunity to ride the curb a little bit there as well, if you need to. I would say that Andres Ivo, though, is not getting the front end bite that he wants. He's just pushing wide on most of the corners, having to put a bit of extra steering effort in than I think he wants. Let's have a look at him again as he comes down to... Well, that's much better. Much better. You just saw the front end suspension compress there and he got the bite. Oh, just holds on to a great work on the sticks there. But again, as you see, if he's on the power in any way, shape or form, he's getting push. He's going away from the apex of the corner. He's taking further around the circuit than he would like. But that's nice. That was patient. Very, very nice. Lap times in the mid-44s for the guys at the head of the field. And the guys at the head of the field at the moment, as we've got a roller on the final corner, and that's the 6. And that's Melanie Trotman, another Swiss driver. Guys at the front at the moment with 4.5 minutes to go. Andries Ivo will be looking at the Dutchman John Board on the number 4, which is the blue and pink buggy. Let's see if I try and... Okay, that's not blue and pink, is it, Hindhaugh? You've written that down wrong. It's yellow and purple. I read it down right, I read the wrong line. But fortunately... Oh, that's lovely! Fortunately, Matt is quicker with the camera than I am with my eyes. Let's stay with him for a lap, because I want to see him come to that hairpin again. That was pitch it in, power to the apex, catch the slide, and get the power on again straight away. I'm liking this. No wonder John Board is right up there. Couple of seconds back on the projected times from Andries Ivo. So here we go. Flies the bumps relatively easily, the whoops on the back, over the centre tabletop, and now down to the hairpin. Let's have a look. Flicks it in, catches it, gets on the power. Nice. Eight, 4 and 1. Ivo, Board, and in fact 6 now as Melanie Trotman goes up into 3rd position with 3 minutes still to go. Michael Schetchley did not get out, by the way, the second Swiss driver in this heat. We saw problems in the warm-up for the number 2 buggy. See Martin Petrak, have we? Let's have a look at the number 9. That's the red, white and black striped machine. Number 9, just coming into the paved hairpin now and under the bridge. Again, just trying to go through everybody. Sitting down in 5th position at the moment, but has a chance of a 14-lap run if he can put a couple of decent laps together. He was very, very gentlemanly earlier on when the faster drivers were coming up to him. Lost a couple of seconds himself. Coming down to the last 2 minutes now. Another driver that we haven't seen. In fact, actually, I think we have seen all of them. Gerhard Umstadler is out. We had some issues earlier on. Tony Elfing out after putting that flying lap in earlier on. Cedric Vicente out. And Gerhard Umstadt, as I say, with problems. As we watch Martin Petrak just spoiling his run there for a moment. Last 90 seconds now. And it's Andries Ivo on the number 8, which is the white, blue and mustard coloured buggy. That is just heading, in fact it's one car behind the one we're watching, I think. Just heading through, there he is. Thank you, Matt. Keep seeing that marshal there, and in the background with the fluorescent jacket and the red t-shirt, and it looks like a slippery surface flag from track racing. Just keep getting a glimpse of him. So time about to elapse then. 14 laps for John Board, the Dutchman, in 10:17. Ivo will beat that, I think, and jump to the top, will he? Let's watch the timing. Yes, he does. 10:14 and 14 laps. Now, Mike Humphrey, he needs to go through. I don't think he's going to beat that time, though. Here he comes, just underneath Matt now to the last couple of hairpins. Time has elapsed, and here is Humphrey. He goes through. He'll get a 14-lap run, but on a 33. Oh, and Melanie Trotman goes through on a 14-lap run on a 10:45. So 10:14. Let's just confirm those times for Andries Ivo. 14 in 14.9.
All cars into the pit lane.
And John Board with a 16.9, 33.3 for Mike Humphreys, and 43.3 for Melanie Trotman. Just the top four taking 14 lap runs there.
Next is Group 8. Track marshal, the driver from Group 7.
And with the usual efficiency of these events, we're already getting ready for the next set of runners. There'll be just 9 drivers. Forget the one at the bottom on that graphic there. That will disappear in a moment. Alan Sarfian, Beatrix von Allmann, Swiss driver. Cyril Antimov, Leo Vaniscote, Bjorn Riesbeck. I'll have a word with Bjorn a bit later on. Craig Orman, Norbert Foster, Jari Pasivicki, and Dirk Kellerman. So Sarafian, von Allmann,
Don't jump at the first
Antimov, Vaniscott, Riesbeck, Orman, Foster, Pasikivi, and Kellerman. Next up, in fact they're already out on their 3-minute warm-up. Live from Austria, you're watching MCD Racing and GraphicBodies.com sponsored coverage of the EFRA large-scale off-roads. EFRA.ws for all of the news. And it is the RCRacing.tv team bringing it all to you. Another live event next week, Wednesday through to Saturday. Sand am Main in Germany. Well, good morning if you are just joining us. Well, good afternoon as it is here in Central Europe, just coming on to 22 minutes past 1 in the afternoon here in Austria. It's John Hindhaugh and the rest of the RCRacing.tv crew at the EFRA large scale off-roads. We're into qualifying for the now third group of four-wheel drive drivers. Time just about to start, so we'll give you the live positions.
No waiting for the
So time has begun to count down. There is the pits. Missing a couple that I haven't seen out there at the moment, but let's straight away pick up with something very interesting. This is the number 5 of Bjorn Reisbeck, German driver, with the brand new graphics body. It's an absolute scoop, first time it's been seen. I'll try and get a word with Bjorn and see how it's performing this weekend. As you can see, it's a completely different style from the others. It's styled on a single seater, open top, the yellow roll hoop there with the air intake. You can see that quite clearly as it comes towards us. Wasn't sure that Bjorn was going to use that this weekend. It's been under development. As I say, first time it's been out there. There was a bit of interest, I can tell you, earlier on as well, down at Bjorn's prep table. And Bjorn doing good work at the moment. Oh, and just as I say that, I've cursed him, of course. That is the curse of the commentator. Into the hairpin, loses it completely. That'll cost him some time. So let's pick up some of the other runners then. In fact, what we'll try and do is go through the whole field. So start with number 1, Alan Serafian. The number 1 is the green with the white roof. There it is, picked up. As you can see, again, a different style of bodywork, very much cab forward on Alan's machine. Over the bridge, gets very twitchy, just about hangs on to it. If you are just joining us, it is the first round of qualifying. This is four-wheel drive for the European Championships, EFRA large scale off-road. Number 2 is Beatrix von Almen, the Swiss driver. And that is the yellow and green, which Matt's already picked up. The Swiss flag on the rear wing end plates. Hop Swiss. I'm contractually obliged to say that as I have a Swiss mother-in-law. I doubt we'll be watching at the moment, but if news gets back that I haven't said that, I will be in trouble when I get back home. Three in this heat is Civil Antimov, and the 3 is the grey buggy, which is just coming 2 cars behind the one that Matt is on there now. There he is. Oh, that's nice. What was it Ian, our EFRA representative, said? More smiles per mile. You can see that, just the drifting capabilities down into the tough part. Oh, it's not fast, but I love watching it. Great stuff. Sitting at the moment. In fact, no, he is the quickest at the moment as we say that. Number 4 is the Frenchman, Leo Vaniscott. And I have to say, I haven't seen the 4 to ID it. So we'll have to wait to pick that up. Ah, is that the 4? Yes, it is. Well done, Matt. Oh, that's nice as well. Down in 6th at the moment. Number 5, we've already seen. That's Bjorn in the Red Bull graphics bodied car. So let's go to number 6 next, which is Craig Orman, British driver. He's in the green and white, or on the green and white. There he is. Already anticipated. Coming down to half distance, by the way, and just about all the field on line for a 14-lap run. And Alan Sarafian, who we saw earlier on, half a chance of a 15. He's down to a 10:03 on 14 at the moment. 7, Norbert Foster was the, I think, car we saw with a bit of a problem earlier on. That is the mustard coloured car. There it is. He's going to take no further part. 8, Jari Paasikivi. And that is the white and orange. Sort of an Etruscan orange, but it is orange rather than red, I promise you. Let's have a look at Jari. Now, does Jari from Finland favour the Scandinavian flick? Oh, he doesn't. Ooh, back end of that buggy looks a little bit anxious, doesn't it? Just a bit lively. Popping up over those whoops there. Oh, gets a little sideways swipe from Leo Van Scott. Thanks very much. Coming through. Excuse me. And finally then, number 9, Dirk Kellerman, the German driver on the white and orange. And there he is. And that is the whole of the field. With just on 3.5 minutes to go. And it is Sarafian on the number 1, who is setting the pace at the moment, the green with the white roof. Oh, and he's so close to a 15 lapper here, down to a 10 minutes 1.9. It's that almost pickup truck style bodywork on that number 1 buggy. Oh, he's got clear track ahead of him for half a lap before he's into any traffic. So if he can make this good, his average lap time 43.1 at the moment, but he's best at 41.8, and that is the best in this heat. Car looks good in the air. Wow, changing direction there, much better than we've seen any of the other drivers so far. Plenty of front end bite. And as I say that, of course, he just gets a bit anxious on the throttle, but that's nice. Moderates his power through there. Yeah, and he's down to a 14 lap in 10 minutes, 0.5 seconds. This could be our first 15 lapper as time starts to get crucial now. What an important 120 seconds we have left for Alan Sarafian. Is this our first 15 lapper of 2 or 4 wheels driven? 41.846 his best lap. Needs a couple of those now. Prefers the wider line into the hairpin. Off the throttle, turn in. Now over the bridge. Nice and patient there. Gets the car back under him before he powers it through that long left-hander. Nicely done again into the final corner. Oh, 10 minutes, 0.1 now. He needs 2 more decent laps, I think. Just over a minute to run. He must know he's on a good run. Oh, and he just gets sideways. Costs him what, half a second, 4/10, and then has to stop and let the car come to a complete halt. 42.2 last time around. Dirk Kellerman was the fastest with a 42 flat, and he's up into second place at the moment, but still this run from the number 1, Alan Sarafian. Wind just catching the camera there for a moment as he comes through with time about to expire. Oh, how annoying is this? He's going to be so close. It'll give him the best qualifying, I'm sure. He's got to beat a 14.9, 14 laps in 10, 14.9. And I think he's going to do that.
1 finish, 9 finish, 4 finish.
Oh,
2
look
finish,
at the
8
clock.
finish.
Here he goes. I think he's just got through. It's going to depend on his lap. Oh, 14.422. He misses out on his 15th lap by half a second. .14 in 10.08. Second best qualifying for Dirk Kellerman, by the way. And a 10.17, 10.18, excuse me, for Leo Vaniscott.
Next is Group 10.
So, confirmation there, that's the best qualifying for the four-wheel drive
Next
so
is
far.
Group 9.
Half a second away from getting a 15th lap for Alan Serafian. Dirk Kellerman, second best at the moment, 14 in 10.07. And Norbert Foster on the 7 with all of his problems early on. I get messages coming through. Let's have a quick look. A lot of people enjoying the coverage, and thank you to all of you for your kind words. It's Matt, Paul and John here, a small but enthusiastic RC Racing.tv team. This our second consecutive live broadcast week from Austria, and moving up the road, 4 or 5 hours to Sandam, Maine for next week, which is what, Matt? 1/8 buggy. Oh, right, okay. Excellent. Always a big following for the 1/8 buggies, and that is next week's action, coming thick and fast through the summer season.
That will bring us Nick, Frank, Nick and James to watch David Ronnefeldt attempt to retain his title that he won last year in France. Hello to Corty351W. That's a memorable name, Corty. He's loving this. There's some nice driving. There has been some really, really impressive driving, but drivers able to put it together over a series of laps. Well, it's clearly very tricky out there. Aussie Mozzie, nice track. It is a nice track, and there's no wonder why we've covered races at this track, or at least races for EFRA at this track, more than any other track, I believe. We've visited this track more times than any other track. We've had the first ever large-scale off-road Euros were here, I believe, in 2010. And then we had the 1/10 buggy electric Euros and the 1/8 Euros here as well. So this track has hosted many fantastic events, and all the crew here are fantastic and well known for their fantastic organisation under the careful lead of Walter Wendler and his brother Mario. So we're in Group 9 now. All the drivers just checking in. Still round 1. We've had it reduced. The weather has reduced the running for today to 3 rounds of qualifying in total, as opposed to the 5 that we were expecting, with 2 to count. So we're coming to the end of the first round, a third of the way into the qualifying. It's obviously Christmas tree finals, so it's essential to do your best and get as high up you can, the grid and the Christmas tree. But obviously we'll be watching drivers bumping up from tomorrow afternoon and all day on Saturday as well, bumping up to that all-important final, which will be the climax. The 2 finals that we will have, half-hour finals, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. I must thank MCD Racing, Graphil Bodies, and of course EFRA. None of this would happen without EFRA. Go to EFRA.ws to find out about this and many other European Championships that take place and learn more about how to get involved in racing radio controlled cars at a club near you. About another 20 seconds to go. All the drivers checked in. And now you can see, I think that's right. So there's some mystery drivers at the bottom, but I think there's 8 cars going to be on track for this group 9. Judaciel Gandiano, Pecco Ivonen, Jean-Claude Da Costa, Dieter Ron Fastner, Daniel Weidkener, Hanno Kraus, Ken Valkiers, and Esa Milmjar from Finland. Apologies to anybody if you know people out on the track at the moment and I've mispronounced their names, then apologies. Let's take a look at the action on the track. Paul following it now, following car number 2 of, as I'm dancing around this studio, following car number 2 of Pecco Ivonen, the young Finnish driver who was an inspiration to everybody watching last year in Spain. He bumped up for most of finals day and was a fantastic, talented driver as he continues to do some excellent laps out there. Currently the 5th fastest car on the track, so he's got some work to do, but this is him obviously in 4-wheel drive. Going over that cobbled section. Coming towards us now. In the middle of the track, we haven't spoken to many of the drivers yet, but we will get some of them into the studio and we'll go and talk to them around the track and find out what it's like going over so many different surfaces in such a short space of time and how they all get affected slightly differently by the weather and the changing conditions. It's a constant game of adjusting what you do with your car.
Watching the number 1 there of Judaciel Gandino, Frenchman. White and blue with a bit of purple in there as well. Swing back to the number 2, which is Pecco Ivonen from Finland. And that is the orange, or yellow rather, car that we can see going underneath us with the Finnish flag on the wing end plates. That seems to be very much in vogue this year on the large scale cars. You can't get the national flag. Jean-Claude Da Costa is on the green number 3, which is just coming into the final hairpin now, Paul. Jean-Claude, Frenchman, sitting in 2nd place at the moment, as you can see on our Powered by RC timing live update on the right hand side of the screen, new for 2014. René Dieter Fastner, the number 4, hasn't started, so the next one we'll have a look at is Daniel Wiedeker on the 5. I'll try and spot that one for you. Already done, says Paul. Look at that. That is the yellow, orange and green, or purple and green. Another Swiss driver. Not too far to come for those guys. 6 is Hanno Kraus from Finland. Hanno's on the white and blue with checkers on them, which is just coming through the infield hairpin there. bear with me for a moment. We have an unwelcome guest in the commentary box, being a wasp, which I've now enraged. Yes, didn't kill it, I'm afraid. Stunned it though. I'll be back. Oh, it's back. I think I need something heavier to hit it with, if I'm honest. And now Matt's gonna run away.
I'm just setting up the ambient mic.
Yeah, right. Ken Valkes is the 7 car, and Ken, the Dutchman, is on the white and orange, coming through across the bridge there. The little bit of yellow on it as well. Spoke to Ken yesterday. Previous champion. Ken. Thank you. And finally, Isa Milimar from Finland on the number 8, which is a car that I haven't managed to see out there, but it is putting times in. And there it is, in the sort of Leighton House blue and dark blue. There's almost sort of Falcon tyres colours as well, isn't it, really? The green and blue for Isa. So halfway through this qualifying round 1 for the 9th of 11 groups that we'll go through. Remember, we have dropped a qualifying round today because of the late start due to the overnight rain. Judicael Gandino, then the French driver, at the moment battling it out with Pekko Ivanen at the head. On projected time, Judicael has a 15-lapper run on the go on that number 1. We've yet to see that. Remember, the best we've seen for the 4-wheel drives is 14 laps in 10 minutes. I think it was 4:42 or 4:22 from memory for Alan Sarafian. It's really cleaning up the track now, and the moisture in the track much more spread out, and a little more consistent, I think, in terms of grip on the track. We had a couple of pretty sticky areas earlier on when the first qualifiers for 2-wheel drive went out. Felt sorry for them, really. Lap times now, average lap time for Judicael, 42.6 seconds. Purpose-built off-road track here on the outskirts of Fehring in Austria. Well, about 55, 60 kilometers from Graz, a couple of hours south of Vienna. Agricultural and wine growing region. Very, very picturesque to drive through here. We were only about 50 kilometres up the road at the Stirring at the previous live broadcast. 2/3 of the team stayed out. I went home and came back, but decided to drive back, and other than the bad weather, have had a fantastic drive down through Belgium, Germany and the northern part of Austria. Really fantastic scenery and great driving roads. Oh, and there's our leader just getting caught up with the number 4, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's René Dieter Fassner, who's dropped a few laps, but he's back out there. I think he parked that for a little while. Saw him go over earlier on, and he's now back out there, but he's dropped some 7 laps to the buggy we're watching at the moment. Let's pick up Ken Valkeers, the number 7 from Holland. The white, orange and yellow buggy. She's just coming through into the final corner now, Paul. Nicely done. 1 minute to go. Now, he's showing us leading at the moment, but he's only, on my prediction, getting 14 laps. And Giudice Gandino on the number 1, still on course for a potential 15-lap run. That'll put Valkeers right up there as it stands at the moment. Remember, 14 in 10 minutes, 0.042. Oh, and Gandino's gone through, and he will get the 15th lap. This is the number 1 car just going through the infield hairpin and onto the midsection now. But he was held up there. It's not going to be a great time as he comes back over the bridge. But watch for the GAN graphic going to 15. This is the first 15-lap run that we've seen from 2 or 4-wheel drive. Oh, now, did he come into the pit straight away? He did. But he still gets the time. It's a 10:41.229. Well, let's just confirm those results of the 9th group of qualifying. Giudice Gandino then with a first 15-lap run in the 10 minutes. 10:42.121. Our forecast was 41.229, so we were barely a 10th out on that on the predictive software. Well done again to RC Timing. Ken Valkeers with a 14 lap and missing out on the 15th by 2.5 seconds, with Pekko even and also on a 14. Daniel Wiedeker, Jean-Claude De Costa, Essa Millima and Hanno Cruz all on the 14-lap runs. Dieter René Fassner having issues but clawing his way back to a 9-lap run. Really never made up those 6 laps when he was off the track. So let's have a look at the next set of drivers. Sven Rodewald from Germany, Darren Özgür, John Trottmann, Flavio Buldig, Michael van der Ven from Holland, Juni Hiltunen, Petter Hartmann, we've seen before in the 2s of course, Etrugul Triaki and Dennis Askut out on their warm-up. What's going on the social side of things there, Matt?
Well, I think the club are using a landline internet may have briefly lost some connection. So people who are watching the My RCM RC Timing feed may have lost that for a while, but never fear. You can of course see all the live timing on our screen, and that's courtesy of rctiming.ch. So thanks to those guys who've worked with us, and of course James Parry to create what you see in front of you now, and the timing which updates in the corner of the screen, which is always great to see. So don't worry, obviously, that if you do watch the timing on its own website, it's about 45 seconds to 90 seconds out. So the best way to keep it in sync with what you're seeing on the screen is to watch it on our screen here. RC Big Scale Forum saying, go Michael, go. Mr. De Boer saying, Ken, nicely done, indeed. RC Dab, damn it, I'm too late, lol. Are you? We're here all day, we're here tomorrow, and we're here on Saturday, so don't worry, I'm sure there's more chances to watch whatever it is you want to see from this event. Of course, the two finals being on Saturday afternoon, which is going to be fantastic to watch. Interestingly, the two-wheel drive final, much more exciting than the four-wheel drive final last year, but of course, that could just be the incident of one race, and it could be, I'm sure we'll have two fantastic finals this year. Alexander Schmidt will be defending his four-wheel drive European Championship, and Valentin Pouziat, the young Frenchman, will be defending the two-wheel drive championship. Hey to Ferry Fernie, how are you doing? He's cheering on Ken. Everyone very pleased with Ken's progress. Bad Wobble saying, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. I think he's from Australia.
Of course, yes. What time of the day is it where he is? Coming up on 2 o'clock Central European time. Still the clouds in the background, slightly worrying. Although there's some blue sky behind that. Just up on the top left-hand side of the picture. Just about a bit of blue sky coming through. Been like this all day. The wind consistently from the north and the east, which is to the right of that picture. So let's have another look then at the grid as we ready to get going. In fact, the time has just started, so let's have another look. It's Rodewald, Ogo, Trotman, Budelig, Van der Ven, Hiltonen, Hartmann, Tiriaki and Askut. Looking to beat 15 laps in 10:41.1. So let's go through them and pick up the number one. There it is. White and purple for Sven Rodewald, German. See his style. Get used to seeing him. And again, just look at how much less dirty the buggies are than the ones we were watching earlier on after their 3-minute warm-up. Number 2 is the blue of Derin Özgür. Sitting a little lower at the back than many. We're getting a nice compression on his front shocks there into the hairpin. Outbraked himself a little bit though. Three is John Trotman. Now that is the white and orange of the Swiss driver, who is white front. Oh, just manages to hold on to that on the berm cam. That is definitely drying out there coming out the final corner. You can start to see the suspension working because people are getting on the throttle earlier here as well. Much more sliding going on there, and actually makes the little jump into the tabletop, rather bringing it more into play. Let's have a look at John into the hairpin again, just maybe missing his braking point by a hair's breadth. Number 4 is Flavio Budelig. That's the mustard and white coloured car. Oh, problems for the 5 there in the shot with the marshal. And that number 5 is Michael van der Ven. And being restarted by the marshal. Michael from Holland. 6 is Joni Hiltonen, the orange and yellow. Orange front end, yellow with a checker. Really, this track is changing all the way through. Let's see Yuri into the hairpin. Saw him with the little flick of the front wheels there. Of course, as soon as you turn the front wheels, Yuri has a little whoopsie there, you are scrubbing off speed. So you can use turning the wheels to slow you down as well as to steer you into the corner. Resistance. Oh. Our berm cam has been nobbled. I didn't see anybody hit it. I think the wind is getting up quite severely now. Right in the middle of the circuit there, someone's over. Let's see. I think it's the 8. It is. Well, let's have a look at that then. That is Ertugrul Tiraki. Which means we missed out the number 7, of course, didn't we? Petter Hartmann, which is orange and blue. And he is just on the middle section now, Paul. There you go. Coming to the bridge. Petter Hartmann, Czech Republic driver. 8 we've seen, so that leaves us only with the number 9, the red and white number 9 of Dennis Azkut. And that, with 5.5 minutes still to go, is a look right through the field. So let's start to have a look at what the forecast is saying. Couple of 3 potential 15-lap runs at the moment have we got here. John Trotman. Well, it's just as the screen resets. Ertugrul Tiraki. And Derin Özgür. So the number 2. Potential of a 15-lap run here. 15 laps in 10:41. And what we're looking at here is 15 in 10:26. 10:34 for the number 9. And 10:41. So this is all starting to get very interesting as we get towards the last couple of qualifying runs. One more group after this one, including Valentin Persiat. Four and a half minutes to go. Let's take a look at the number 9, which is the yellow. The red and white, excuse me, of Dennis Azkut. He's on for a 15-lapper as well. Has traffic ahead of him though. Doesn't need to get messed up with that. He could be taking top qualifying spot at the moment. Certainly on the predictive timing. 15 laps in 10:23. Oh, very stylish through turn 1. Now into the banked turn 2 and over the southern whoops. Got to get it slowed down for the hairpin. Watch how that little bump there just is in play now where it wasn't earlier. They're moving so much quicker. But look how difficult it is for him to get through the traffic as well. And it's the number 3 and he gets caught up with him. Exactly what he didn't want to do. John Trotman, both of those guys on for potential 15-lap runs. And they really didn't need to be doing that. Oh dear, oh dear. And in fact, John Trotman has dropped away now after being right up there. But we still have 2 potential 15-lap runs. Derin Özgür on a 10:28. Dennis Azkut now 15 on a 10:34. Petter Hartmann 15 on a 10:35. These are projected times. Projected times we're talking about. So 2, 9 and 7 with just 2.5 minutes to go. There is Derin Özgür. At the moment, He is on to be our best qualifier with just on 2 minutes 20. Comes down to the paved hairpin. Oh, he got lots of understeer there, didn't he? That's cost him half a second at least. But a bit of... Oh, he's off! And he's got to get it back, and he's rolled it. Oh, you could feel the tension of the sticks there, couldn't you? He knew he had to pull that back. It would have been easy to just lift off and ride the cushion, but he didn't. Tried to pull it back on and overdid it. Oh, that's going to pull Dennis Ascut right back into it in this qualifying session. Petter Hartmann's got a chance as well. I think now it's going to be Petter Hartmann. He'll be our best qualifier if he can hold on to it. And as again, over goes the two. Dennis Ascut, he's gone to pot in the last 2 minutes. Thrown away a potential leading time. It's all gone horribly wrong. Let's pick up the number 7. The orange and blue of Petter Hartmann, the Czech Republic driver. Now he's only showing in second at the moment because he hasn't completed his 13th lap, but watch the time as he goes through now. Well, it's going to be close. He needs to do a very good lap. He's just done a 42.002, but Ascut's done a 40.362. Fastest lap of the day. I wondered aloud to Matt earlier whether we'd get a 40. Well, we may be now looking at a sub 40 with the faster four-wheel drive drivers still to come. But Petter Hartmann is on here for a 15-lap run. He needs to beat 10:41.2 to go to the head of qualifying in this first qualifying run in the four-wheel drives. Watch the time on the right-hand side. Right at the top, it's ticking down, but it's Petter's lap time at 15. HAR is Petter Hartmann. Oh, was he a little conservative there? 10:32 was the projection. He's got traffic. Less than half a lap to go, and the traffic is the number 4, Flavio Buldug. Comes through. Badulik good, gets out of the way, a little bit wide maybe, and straight into the pits for Petter. 10:33 and a half. New best qualifying. Well, let's confirm those results. 33.5, 38.1 for Petter Hartmann and Dennis Ascut. Dennis must be kicking himself there. He was on for a cracking run, somewhere in the 20s. Fastest lap that we've seen. 40 point low, 40.2 I think I said he was. But at the moment it's Petter Hartmann who is our best qualifier with one run still to go in the first round of four-wheel drive heats. Matt?
All of the, many of the fans getting behind Ascot on the YouTube stream. Go, Ascot. Go, Atsi. Everyone's getting behind him. And plenty of banter going on there. It's 9:25 in South Australia.
We did ask.
So you do have to get your information back. Dennis, Zig Dennis says, ow, and then he writes something that I won't repeat, but I think... clearly an exciting round there. Jane Tracy saying every manufacturer needs to design a cab forward shell. Those things are sick, and you can clearly see how stable the cars are that use them. It's true, isn't it? I do like the difference to be able to pick up the differences in the body shapes. That single seater as well that we've seen, the new Graphil Red Bull single seater body. That's interesting as well with that air intake up high. With driven by Sven. I think we're going to... It's Bjorn Reisbeck driving that one. Yeah. We're going to have a bit of a feature on that later, hopefully. Okay, great. Get a chance to have a chat to him.
Well, we've got our final run of qualifying round 1. It is the 11th group, the 6th group of four-wheel drive. Out on the circuit, we'll let them do their warming up. Patrick Schweinzer on 1, Christian Lagasse on 2, Valentin Persiat on 3, Alexander Schmidt on 4, Jörg Michael Tiet on 5, Felix Horens 6, Mark Kreisig 7, Steve Haynes 8, and Pekka Heikkilä on 9.
Jörg Michael Tiet racing in more classes than I think anybody else. We've seen him in electric touring car. We've seen him in electric buggies, I believe, and I know we've seen him in nitro buggies and the large scale as well. He gets about a bit, does Jörg? It's
interesting, isn't it, how many people do the different disciplines. We're talking to Mark Green last weekend, if you remember, at the Sturring, and he's been having a bit of play with some two-wheel drive off-roads. Really enjoys it. Doesn't know if he's up to the standard of entering this type of competition, but clearly some of the skills are transferable, Matt.
Indeed, yeah. Although I would say the large-scale classes, they seem to be the ones that people keep themselves to themselves. They just do large-scale, or, you know, a lot of the time people just don't do large-scale, but it's kind of out in a field of its own is large-scale. It's got a very passionate following. Some love it. Some media organisations don't cover it, but we do. We cover everything that EFRA deems to have a European Championship on, and we're very, very glad to be here. Thanks to MCD Racing. Thank you to Graphil Bodies. Thank you to EFRA. Go and check out EFRA.ws. We are RC Racing. Go to rcracing.tv. And please, can we have some more people joining the Facebook group, please? You can slag each other off on there.
I don't think you can say that.
Rather than just keeping it to the YouTube stream. I've been deleting comments this morning. People
have
getting
you?
Very passionate.
About what?
About all sorts of things.
So
what's
been the cause? Well, I'm used to people being somewhat having diverse opinions about me.
What I would say
what's been the cause célèbre this morning that's caused people to get hot under the collar then?
People are very passionate about certain manufacturers. MCD have kind of become extremely dominant in a very short period of time, and that upsets people. And we've seen FG, very dominant in this class, virtually disappear over the last year or so.
Oh, really?
And we know the reasons for that, and we won't go into that now, but it's got people's goat. It's got people debating and getting rather heated on the YouTube stream, so please get involved. Tell us what you think, and if it's not too rude, we might read it out.
There are your 9 for this final run in the qualifying. It's Group 11. Schweinzer, Lagasse, Persiat, Schmidt, Tiet, Horens, Kreisig, Haynes and Heikkilä. And the 10 minutes has started, so we can give you the live positions courtesy of RC Timing. And the only one I haven't seen so far is Felix Horens. Felix Horens, which is the number 6. But we'll go through them for you. Number one, the yellow and orange is Patrick Schweinzer. And there he is in the middle of your screen at the moment. Just the early laps, but we're expecting, I think we'll see a sub 40 second lap here. And in fact, Valentin Persiat's already done a 40.017. So we're going to see a new fastest lap here. And we're going to see a new fastest qualifier. Possibility of a low 10.5, maybe a 10.4 for 15 laps. So that's number one. Number 2, Christian Lagasse from the Netherlands. Or Lagasse. He's on the white buggy, just going out of the final corner, now into turn 1, pitch in, get on the throttle, right all the way out. That's another one of those cab forward designs we were talking about that looks a bit pickup truckish. Let's just slightly move the centre of pressure and the balance point of the buggy forward. help with weight transfer forward when you're braking, maybe. I'm guessing that, but you'd think that in terms of the design. Number 3 is the orange and yellow of Valentin Perziat, well known to followers of RC Racing. And there is Valentin, the Frenchman. And getting on the power really early through 1. Oh, and he rolls it! Rolls it right in the middle of the southern hairpin. Just caught the bumper on the inside there with the left-hand side tyres. Oh, that's got his gander up. And look at that. That's a beautiful drift through the paved hairpin. And now onto the centre tabletop. I take it we're having a break after this for a lunch break, are we, Matt?
I hope so.
Matt's hoping so. Then it's not thunder you can hear. It is, in fact, just our stomachs rumbling. So number 4 then is Alexander Schmidt. And he is on the blue and white buggy. A striking colour combination there. Easy to pick out. Now, how does he ride the far end of the circuit? Answer very well indeed. Just compare and contrast, dear viewer, the driving styles here. Look how Alexander committed the buggy to that right-hand hairpin really early. Let's see if he does it again here. Yes, he does. So he's drifting through the apex with the front wheels pretty much straight so he can get on the power and start the forward movement. Ooh. Slower hairpins, always tricky. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him as well in a moment. Stay with Alexander for a moment. He is our fastest driver at the moment, and he's looking at a 15 in a 10:03. 15 laps in 10:03. Just want to see him through the paved hairpin again. Look how early he commits to that. And even though he missed the apex there, didn't really lose a lot of time because he's paced to the centre of the corner, to the apex, from turning to apex, was very good indeed. Actually getting the car completely sideways like that, he's using the throttle to slow it down because the wheels are spinning at the back. Number 5 is Jörg Michael Tiet, and that is the yellow, red and black buggy. Is that a bit of sunshine? Do I actually see shadows underneath Jörg's buggy? I think I do. There's a nod of the head and appreciation from Paul, who's on the camera at the moment. Either that, or we've put the shadows in post. Amazing what you can do now with effect. Now 6 is Felix Horrens, but he's not out there at the moment. So we'll skip on to buggy number 7, which is the red of Mark Kreisig. Another one of the German contingent who have made the trip to Austria. There is the 7. It's almost got a bit of a sort of Paris-Dakar sort of off-road pickup truck sort of look to it, those cab forward designs. One of the Dakar special buggy type things, or pickups, the prototype class. Mark Kreisig then down in 8th position at the moment. Steve Haynes is number 8. It's a yellow and orange buggy. And he is just heading onto the infield hairpin now. There he is. Steve Haynes from the UK. The more traditional shape of bodywork there. Might suggest that the back end of that one looks a little bit lively as well. He just wants to look at the rebound on the shocks there. Although I say that, and he rides that part of the circuit very well indeed. And off the big air at the southern whoops. Looks very stable. Let's see him into the paved hairpin. Oh, yeah. A nice grip off the corner. And finally, last but no means least, the number 9 is Pekka Heikkilä on the purple number 9, who rather handily wasn't too far behind Steve, so we can pick him up as he allows the number 4 of Alexander Schmidt to go back through. So with just on 3 minutes to go, we've seen everybody. And let me tell you who is on for the best times. Well, Alexander was looking for a 15 in a low 10. 10.15 for 15 laps now. 10.13 for Patrick Schweinzer, the Austrian driver, the number 1. So he's the man most likely at the moment. The number 1 being the yellow and orange buggy. Just round the far side of the circuit now. There he is. And you can see why he's getting such good times. Average lap times now, by the way, Schmidt 40.6, 40.9. Average lap times, by the way, these. 41.1 for Persiat. But Christian Legas is on a 39.7 fastest lap of the race. And that is, fastest lap of qualifying. Christian Legas, the number 2, on the white buggy, just coming through the final corner now and in towards turn 1. He has been the first man to go under 40 seconds. 39.7 for Legas. Last minute and a half. There's Legas, the fastest time. He's sitting though down in 7th position. Having said that, everyone who's out there circulating at the moment is going to get a 15 lap run. And at the moment, everybody except Jörg Michael Tiet is going to be quicker than the best 15 lap runs we've had already. 15 lap in 10:33.572 is the best that we've had so far. And that was by Petter Hartmann in the last qualifying. This is 4-wheel drive, remember, for the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. MCD Racing and Graphil Bodies are sponsors for our live coverage. EFRA.ws, rcracing.tv bringing you this coverage. So the number 1 then, will he fulfill the potential of our software? Onto the infield now, as time is about to expire. Half a minute on the clock. Schmidt now down to a 10.9, and he's going to be close to it. In fact, he's gone through in a 15 laps in 10 minutes, 10.4. What a fantastic run that is. There is the confirmation. And let's show you the results of our final first round run. 15 laps in 10 minutes, 10.4 is the best qualifying we have seen so far. Patrick Schweinzer goes into 2nd, Valentin Persiat into 3rd, 4th, Pekka Heikkilä in 5th, 6th, Mark Kreisig, 7th, Christian Legas, Steve Haynes in 8th, and Jörg Michael Tiet looking good till the last couple of laps but dropped away. So the 8th best qualifier so far from the previous heat was, of previous qualifying session rather, Petter Hartmann with 15 laps in 10:33.572. Now, no lunch break. I'm just hearing that's a disaster. I can't, you know, I'm so on the edge here. I cannot afford to miss a meal. So let's clear those guys there and have a look at who's coming out. And it will be for the first of our second runs. We're back to two-wheel drive. And this is the third group. Headed up by Olivier Blanchard on the purple and white. Michael van Dijk on the red and yellow number 2. Philip Jillich on the blue and white with checkers. Frank Rucek on the white and red, etc. Matt, what's going on the in the World Wide Web?
An incredibly busy morning. Steve's telling us there's no time for lunch. There's racing to be done. And he's right. We've been urged.
Easy for him to say. He's not standing here. He can have a sandwich while he's sitting watching.
He's urged us to get takeaway, in fact.
I have no problem. I don't need to break for lunch, but having some food of some description, some nourishment, quite happy for someone to deliver something to me here.
Turbo Model calls this the Champions class. He's also saying Alexander Schmidt, number 1, which he is, obviously, in four-wheel drive. He is the current champion. Plenty of people cheering for him, saying that his car looks absolutely dialed.
It did, didn't it?
His setup. Lots of talking going on in Turkish, which is great to see. But unfortunately, I'm not even going to attempt to talk about what you're talking about because I'm not sure. But I'm sure it's all in good spirit.
Yes, never repeat anything when you don't speak the language.
So yeah, lots of good banter. Hello to Moreno Shelpers, who's posted on the Facebook group a photo of him watching us, or his screen with our footage on it, on the wall, and he's got a large-scale off-road body shell next to it. So yeah, it's excellent when you post photos of your.
Yeah, we want to see your setup. We want to see your setup. What
Yeah.
are you watching us? How many screens have you got us on? Get that posted onto the Facebook page. Something that we do on the Radio Le Mans and TV pages for endurance racing quite a lot. So let's see how you're watching us, and then we can be watching you, watching us, watching you.
Blazing Drummer says, love the single cab F1 style shell. It looks awesome. Jane Tracy says, the track looks to be getting faster. Wonder if we'll see 16 laps. Go Mark Kresick, says Turbo Model.
I think there's half a chance of a 16 lapper here. Half a chance from the top four-wheel drive guys. I really do. I've got a question to ask you, Matt, and also
This
everyone who's
worries me.
tuned in.
I don't know if I'll be able to answer it.
Well, as the track gets quicker, does the balance in speeds shift back towards two-wheel drive? Do their lap times come down greater than the four-wheel drive cars do?
We saw when conditions were optimal last year, we saw that the difference wasn't that great.
Yeah.
Wasn't that great, really.
Between the top drivers.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But the four-wheel drive just looks super aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks amazing out there.
The thing is with the four-wheel drive, it looks to me is you can really just throw them into the corner. And if you make a tiniest of mistakes, if you're good enough and you've got the reflexes of a cat, you can floor the throttle and somehow pull yourself out of most situations that you get yourself into. Whereas when two-wheel drive, it's a little bit more, and sorry to you four-wheel drive aficionados, looks a little bit more finessed on the two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
You have it particularly on turning.
Indeed, yeah, and you get the same in 110 for electric buggy. The classic traditional RC fan will always prefer the two-wheel drive. Always prefer the two-wheel drive. Tom Howe, hello. Bit of background.
Hello, Tom.
He's giving us some background information. Dennis Askert, it's his first time running 1/6 scale off-road.
Ah, really?
We're checking on him and the other Turkish drivers.
That's not bad because he had fastest lap of the day until the last heat there. He was doing very well.
So no wonder why there are plenty of viewers in Turkey cheering on Dennis Askert.
Quite a few Turkish entered drivers here, in fairness, I noticed.
Well, you see, MCD's a Turkish brand, I believe, so they're obviously supporting their drivers as well. Thank you to MCD Racing, Graphil Bodies, EFRA.ws. Go to rcracing.tv to find out about our TV show that John commentates. It's not often that you get to hear John live. You usually get to hear
enjoy
him
it.
over a 24-minute period on the TV. That's Motors TV across Europe. and of course on the YouTube channel when we put out the TV show. But we've got him all weekend, which is fantastic.
So the 10 minutes of the second round of qualifying has started. I say there's a lot of people slightly confused because they're going back into the pits. I don't know if we can see that. But they are heading back into the pits there. And there are rather too many cars into the pits than I expected. And lots of people driving around very slowly and tottering back in. But as you can see from the top right hand side of our screen, time has started. But everybody's coming back in. Now, it doesn't take much, but I am slightly confused. I'm going to clear those live positions there, just in case anything resets itself.
There is a man with Austrian flag standing in the middle of the track. He's brought the cars back in, so perhaps if they didn't get the word out sufficiently enough that everybody knew we were running straight into round 2, then they'll have had to restart once all the drivers turn up.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We are missing marshals. That's what's happened. Just heard that over the PA. Marshals number 2 and 3, I think we heard. For sure was
also
missing.
A bit peckish. And you know what happens if you don't turn up to do your marshalling? You'll lose your fastest time.
I think what's caused the slight confusion is we've gone straight to Group 3 this time around to try and give the guys who are out in Group 1 better positions. So number 7 is missing.
Yeah.
2 and 3 we heard. I think there's been, as I said, I do think there's been a little bit of confusion down there. I'm not going to castigate the drivers too much.
Sal Steve says 4-wheel drive is far more forgiving.
Yes. I think that was probably what I was trying to say, Steve, but you've done it far more eloquently and in far fewer words. More smiles per mile is what Hindhaugh said to us last night, wasn't it? About fours, about all-wheel drive. I'm a big fan of all-wheel drive, I have to say it. When we do any sims, I always pick the 4-wheel drive option because I'm not that good. And out of the cars that we've got at our disposal, 1, 2, 3 of the 4 cars that we've got are all-wheel drive. 2 Audi Quattros and a Nissan Pathfinder. Although I drove down in a very much a 2-wheel drive car, giving my old air-cooled 993 Porsche 911 a little run out. And the guys at Par Motorsport in Gatwick will be getting it for its annual service and saying, finally, you put some miles on it, Hindhaugh. Well done. So, a minute has been put on the clock before we start the 10, and we have all of our marshals' positions manned now. So let's quickly have a look at the grid before we start giving you some times for this group. It is the third group and the first of their second qualifying runs. Olivier Blanchard from Michael van Dijk and Philip Jilic, Frank Rucek, Martin Konchel, Timo Opper, Jan Ruve, Rainer Jupp, Dustin Bayer, Dieter René Fasner, Ludwig Kreischer, So the timing about to start. There's the 10 minutes on the clock. 1 or 2 people popping back into pit lane, and there is the 10 minutes starting. So you have the choice to come in and do another lap, or you can just carry on effectively on a flying lap. Now, we saw 14 laps from these guys earlier on. 13, in fact, from this. No one got 14 laps from the two-wheel this two-wheel drive group. So let's go through them for you, starting with the number 1, the purple and white of Olivier Blanchard, the Frenchman. He's coming through the hairpin now. Olivier's got a tidy style. Notice the difference between what we've just been seeing, the four-wheel drives in these cars. Much more precise, particularly in getting the buggy slowed down for the corners. Likely to see the back end fishtailing just a little bit more than we saw the Fly just as well though. Tiny little corrections on the steering and on the throttle. Well, that was quite nice, wasn't it, by Olivier? So going back to the red and yellow of Michael van Dijk, the number 2. And there he is. Second of those two that we're watching at the moment. Michael from Holland. You're much more likely to see the rear ends of these buggies tail out in the middle of the corners. Going in quite quickly, off the throttle, breaks the rear end. As there's a body shell come apart from a car on the southern whoops there. Now, can we reunite them? Yes, we can. It's the 5. And that is Michael Konchel, the Czech Republic driver. And I've got to say, he's been one of the faster drivers. So let's head to the number 3 now. Another Czech Republic driver, Filip Žilik. That's the blue and white checkered buggy, which is just coming through to the final corner now. Again, just making the point, this is two-wheel drive. Very tricky handling characteristics. And you can't use that front wheel or all-wheel drive, rather, to pull you out of situations. You get too deep into a corner, slamming it sideways. Will probably get it back. Oh, he's got a bit too much grip there. Has Philip. Slamming it sideways will probably get you out of the issue, but it is going to cost you time because you'll grind to a halt and you can't just open the throttle up and ping the thing round to 60 degrees of travel and hope that the spinning rear wheels will slow you down while the spinning front wheels on an all-wheel drive car will pull you straight again. Oh, and Philip just misjudging the southern whoops there. Onto the middle tabletop. And back down towards the paved hairpin. Nicely done, sir. Balancing act of getting it enough sideways to get it turned in without grinding to a halt. As anyone who is the weight of me would know, is the thing you don't want it to do when you're doing indoor karting or any kind of karting. In fact, pitch it sideways, looks great, but then your side grip just basically stops you. Number 4 is Frank Rucek, which is the white and red German car. There it is. Frank was going well in the first round of heats. Down into the paved hairpin. Good amount of turn in there. And he's able to pick his line very nicely as he goes up the inside of Michael van Dijk there. And that's all on the nose, that car, isn't it? Right, he's got a little bit of understeer there, but he was power on. That's Michael van Dijk. And just the car... excuse me, that is... before that we were watching, Frank Rucek. It is really on the nose. The number 5, then, let's check out the 5, the red and white of Martin Konchel. Has he come back out again? Yes, he has. There he is. The other thing that you really notice about the difference between 2 and 4-wheel drive is when the buggies get unsettled. Oh, wow. It's the first time we've seen somebody fly that bridge and it didn't really work, did it? When they get unsettled on the bumps, it's a waiting game until everything's back on the ground again. With a 4-wheel drive, you can kind of, as soon as you've got something touching the ground, you can get back on the throttle, you can get some steering input in. Whereas with the 2-wheel drives, they just take a little longer to settle. And your front wheels are just doing the steering, not a bit of power as well, but that's very neat. That's a classic track line through there for Martin. Green and white next. Timo Opper. There he is. Looking measured. These guys had the worst of the conditions this morning. We're looking still only at 13 laps. The first group out really felt for them. These guys were third out this morning. I noticed that Jusreina has not come out again on the 7th, so we can skip straight past him to Dusenbayer on the orange and blue number 8, which is just heading into turn 1. Looks much harder work on these 2-wheel drives, doesn't it? Oh, another big rear grip inspired wheel stand. And last but by no means least in the third group of drivers, there is Dieter René Fastner on the number 9, the all blue. Austrian driver. Sitting in 8th at the moment. Ooh, just riding the outside of the circuit there rather dangerously. And with 2.5 minutes to go, the blue and yellow of Ludwig Krenjar. So there we are, once again running through the field for you. Now, let me tell you what the computer says. Our RC timing forecast is that Olivier Blanchard, the Frenchman on the number 1, that being the purple and white, is looking at 13 laps, 13 laps in 10:07 at the moment. And we did get 14 laps this morning by groups 2 and 4. So interesting that there's no improvement. Really big gap between Olivier and the rest of the field in terms of traffic ahead of him. Oh, he understeered badly there though, didn't he? It's almost like a different track, isn't it, the 2s to the 4s? They do take completely different lines. They're not riding the inside bumps as well. Little indentations on the track. Last half a minute now. 44.7 last time around. 44.2, the best lap in this run. And that is for Olivier Blanchard. So that's 4 seconds plus slower than the fastest of the four-wheel drive guys. As time's running out now. And Olivier's only got the 13 in. And it looks like most people are going to get 13 here, but it won't trouble the top of the standings in two-wheel drive. There were quicker men this morning. Robbie Burma in Group 2 and Alex Mulder in Group 4, both getting 14 laps in. That won't matter. That was after the time had expired. Right, let's check the times at the end of the race. Confirmation there of 13 laps in 10:03.5 for Olivier Blanchard. Front Rutsek with a 13 lap run in 10:18, and then it's 25s, 31s, and only Dusenbeer and Martin Consul not getting the 13 lap run. I'm suspecting that René Just is not going to be competing. That's twice. We have not seen him. It will be Group 4 out next. Alex Mulder, Yannick Mudrovic, Bernd Georgi, Oscar Kut, Martin Kraus, Kevin Trotman, Dusan Veter, Mike Plekepoel, Frank Hehler and Romain Leluyer. Just doing their warm-up now. And Alex Mulder from Holland did do the 14 laps last time around, so you'd expect him to at least do that again. The yellow and white buggy. So, Matt, we've seen now the completion of the first round of qualifying. The four-wheel drives getting under 40 seconds there in that last heat, but strangely no real improvements for that third group there of 5 of the two-wheel drives. I find that a bit odd, given that the conditions were I would have said much worse this morning.
I think when the conditions change and people start to push that little bit harder, sometimes they over push too quickly. You expect too much too soon. And so then I guess when we'll see the real speed is probably at the end of the day. That is, of course, if there's no rain. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any rain. Lots of blue sky, white fluffy clouds. And I think we're starting to have the track that we wanted to have first thing this morning, which is great news. So we'll start to see how things unfold as the day continues. Still plenty more action going on the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Lots of animated discussion. Also go to, if you're not already joined, and there are a few people in the queue asking to be a member now, and I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to allow you to join the group.
You're going to induct people, are you?
I'm going to induct some people, yeah. Marco Brewers. Marco, how are you? Thank you for asking today to join the Facebook group of RC Racing TV. Welcome along. You've now been inducted. You are now a member. You can go on there and comment and enjoy all of the great things that are there. Jonathan McFly. That's a fantastic name. Jonathan McFly. A new our newest member of the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Although he's followed hot on his heels is Mark Ridge Cowles. Hey Mark, thanks for joining. Welcome to you. You can see a lot of action going on there. And any changes that happen here at the track, you'll be the first to know, because Nick, back in the UK, is updating that as often as he can. You'll also see special added bonuses. Like we put out last night, was the moment when lightning struck very, very close to the team when we were doing a very short live broadcast. And you can see John's reaction as an almighty crash unleashes itself in the skies almost directly above our heads. And the flash
I've not
that
moved
goes with
that
it.
fast for quite some time, in fairness.
No, but to be fair to him, he held it together. Paul ran off, and you'll see the camera slightly drift.
If I'd been where Paul was, I would have run off. He was 20 feet higher and surrounded by metal that could well have been attracting the lightning.
Yes, and it's easy for me to say because I was indoors. So
we started the clock here, Matt, on this next one.
Okay.
So there's your run. Mulder, Mudrovic, Georgi, Kut, Kraus, Trotman, Veta, Plekpool, Hiller and Leluye. And if we now show you the live positions. It will take a lap or two just to sort themselves out. Now, if you remember, in their last outing, this is Group 4, two-wheel drive still, of course. Alex Mulder on the one, did get a 14-lap run. So let's go. Wow, big wheel stand for Mulder. No shortage of grip at the rear end there on the number one. Looks like he's pulled the back end of that car down out of the wind just a wee bit since we saw it last. Maybe softened up the back as well, but he's getting plenty of grip. As we've got the 9 car upside down. That being Frank Hehler from Germany. So there is Mulder. Number 2 is Yannick Mudrovic. Yannick from Hungary, I think HR is, isn't it? Yeah. HR is Croatia, is it? Oh, okay. Thank you. It's a new one. And there he is. A sleek body shell. It's the number 2 then. Mudrovic, Yannick. Switzerland is number 3. Yellow and orange. Bernd Georgi. Now, Bernd had a decent run going in the first of his outings and rather faded towards the end of the 10 minutes. You can see he can do any better here. Seems to be just struggling a bit. There's no fluency there, is there? Down in 7th position at the moment, 8th position at the moment. It's the pink number 4 of Oscar Gut that we'll have a look at next. Oscar Gut from the Netherlands. Now he's Did well to get that back. Pinky purple, I think we'll probably call that. Getting a bit more dusty. There's a real dry line now on the circuit, and you can see the lighter portions of the track. They've really just completely dried out, and they are bone hard. Let's rattle through the rest of the runners. Blue and yellow for Martin Kraus on the 5. Czech Republic driver. He's just coming through to the end of the lap now. Blue front, yellow rear. And I think he's got the next driver that... Oh, hello, that's the number 2. That's Yannick Modrovic. Oh, he was one of the leading runners, and there's carnage there in the infield hairpin. And that, I'm afraid, is curtains for that car. And there is the number 6 that we were looking at. Kevin Trotman was the next one back. Swiss driver. Another Czech Republic driver is on 7. That's white and orange. Dusan Vata. It's coming. Sort of white with more red actually than orange, if I'm honest. Sorry, Matt. White, yellow and orange, I'm going to write for that. Mike Plekkepoel, the Dutchman, is on the dark colour with a multi-coloured body shell. That's the number 8. So it's sort of a dark blue bodywork, or at least it was the last time he was out. Where's he gone? Just coming through the under the bridge now. Almost like a martini stripe on that car, isn't it? Very nice paint scheme, actually. 9 is the yellow and blue of Frank Haler from Germany. Just going through the infield hairpin now and onto the midfield section from left to right. There he is. Oh, big wheel spin. Over the bridge. And rounding off this group, which is qualifying group 4, is Romain Leluyer, the Frenchman on the green, white and green, number 10. Or the 0, should I say. Just coming into the hairpin section now. And once again spotted early by Matt there. Ooh! These two-wheel drive buggies really take a lot of big hits, don't they? We've got 2.5 minutes left, and I don't think anyone's going to get a 14 lapper in here. Maybe Bernd Georgi. And again, this is not me being clever. We have software from RC Timing to sort this out. As the Vata car is thrown out. At the moment, 14 laps being predicted by the number 3 and the number 6, Georgi and Trotman. Number 6 just coming into the infield hairpin. It's just gone off track. That's not going to do them any good. Oh, something flew off the number 7 there as well. There's a bit of car in the middle of the track. I wonder if this is just people overdriving again. There is Georgi in the red, or the redder of the two cars. The yellow on the front. Oh, and once again, I did say towards the end of his first 10 minutes, and we've got 1 minute and 15 left, he did fade rather badly last time, and I wonder if his concentration is going again. Hup, hup, hup. It's the two Swiss drivers from the Czech 6, 3 and 5. Trotman, Georgi and Martin Kraus. Alex Mulder trying to get back in there as well, but Mulder's already got a 14 lap run in. He has the fastest lap here with a 43.8, does Mulder. Time is about to expire. And in fact, Trotman's already put his 13 laps in 10:02. You can see that on the screen. So he has not made it. And Bernd Georgi has not made it through to a 14th lap either. And nobody's going to get through. Nobody's going to do 14. Well. No improvements on this morning. How unusual. As we watch Alex Mulder come through, who put in that 14-lap run this morning. He's not going to do that again. He's got tyre trouble. Left rear tyre has picked something up there. Or has it disintegrated? Did he just have a bit of mud on it? It didn't look right. No, that's not right. Is that just split there, Matt? You're looking through the lens. Looks like there's a chunk off it. Yeah, it's come off the rim, look. You can see that clearly on the left-hand rear. And we've seen off-road tyre troubles in the past. But that... Well, there's the confirmation. Almost as if they could hear us down there. Let's have a look at the results then, just to confirm that there are no improvements, I'm afraid. Oh, my apologies. Let's have a look at the top 10. There we are. Oh, in fact, our timing screens have already been cleared. That is your next grid lineup. Well, next up we have the best of the two-wheel drive drivers in terms of seeding at least, and they're out on their warm-up. Includes the defending champion Valentin Perziat, the Frenchman, on the number 4, the yellow, white and orange buggy. And he's already got himself to the front of the line of those who have gone out to practice. Well, good afternoon if you are just joining us. Just a tad after 3 o'clock Central European time, 2 o'clock in the UK. It's rcracing.tv's live coverage of the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road European Championships for 2014. MCD Racing and GraphilBodies.com partnering with us to bring us this, bring you this coverage this weekend. EFRA.ws, the website for all the news from the event. Wow. And even in this session of warm-up, with a minute still to go, interesting to see already the changes from this morning. The final hairpin, the way the guys are drifting the buggies in and almost backing them in MotoGP style, using the camber of the road very much more than we saw them doing earlier on. And surely we're going to see 14 laps here in a low 10. Some big names here. Well, let's put the live positions up there. As you see, 10 minutes on the clock. And the 10 minutes starts to count down. So let's check these runners for you. This is the 5th group. The top group, if you will, in two-wheel drive. Ken Valkiers on the 1. Orange and white. There he is, drifting round turn number 1. Quite confident when we spoke with him yesterday. If you haven't seen that show, it is available on the YouTube rcracing.tv area and via a link at EFRA.ws, I'm sure. Well, that's not the first time we've seen somebody get very sideways off that set of middle whoops there. Just completely ruins your momentum, even for someone who is as experienced as Ken. On 2, it's Petter Hartmann, the orange and blue, sort of dark orange and blue number 2, which is in shot now. Oh, it's almost a purple, isn't it? Very nicely controlled slide though into the paved hairpin. Oh, that's more like it. Starting to see a little bit of rooster tail of dust coming out of the back of the rear wheels of Petter's buggy. That's interesting. Wasn't seeing that this morning. It was all getting clogged up and clarty on the back of the wheels, on the driven wheels. Best lap time at the moment, 42.880 by Valentin Piziat, who we'll take a look at in a minute. But first, let's go to the number 3 of Alexander Schmidt. Has his supporters on the social network on rcracing.tv Facebook and indeed on the stream. The blue and yellow number 3. A bit of red on that one as well. She's got a bit of dirt caught in the right front wheel there that makes it look as though it's not running right, but I assure you it is just a bit of dirt there. These buggies looking so much more in their element now than they were when it was very sticky this morning. Now, let's see how Alex takes this. Oh, that is just glorious to watch, isn't it? Couldn't get that working for him this morning. Now the defending champion, the number 4, yellow, white and orange, the Frenchman, Valentin Piziat. Coming down to the hairpin and through it. A very economical style of driving, Valentin. Oh, that wasn't very gentlemanly. Side-by-side action and a bit of a touch with Patrick Schweinzer, the next car that he's got to go by. Piziat rolls out. And there is the issue in traffic. Open wheel cars. Oh, and has he done some damage? Has he just lost his rhythm? I think he has. It's a shame, he was going well. Mario De Bella is the number 5 next to have a look at. The white, red and white car. And we've already picked that up. Oh. And that, as we look at it, is not the prescribed line through there at all. Startled the marshal. I may suggest that there's a steering arm issue there. Yes, held up there. Front wheel's not pointing in the right direction for De Bello. So we'll pick up. Why is it that as soon as we get on somebody, something goes wrong? Patrick Schweiner, the number 6, we've already seen tangling with Valentin Persiat, but he still continues to circulate. These clouds in the distance look fairly threatening, but they are quite a way away, don't worry. There's more than a hint of sunshine here. It's quite a pleasant afternoon now. Tim van der Elst is the number 7. It's the green and white Dutch entered car. And I'm not sure he's out. Matt, sorry, I may have thrown you a curveball. He was out early on, but I think he's pulled off. So apologies. So we'll go straight to Jaroslav Prokis. White and orange on the number 8. Czech Republic driver. And he is just coming through the paved hairpin. There he is. And once again, the moment we get on him, he does something camera worthy. I can see we're going to have a long line of drivers saying, please will you not show me in qualifying. 2 to go. Sasha Kuth is the number 9 with the green, purple and white. Sasha hails from Switzerland. And immediately, of course, we get on him, he gets off the circuit. Remember, this is the top rated set of drivers in the two-wheel drive category, so this proves, does it not, just how tricky those conditions still are. Maybe I was lulled into a false sense of security with the four-wheel drive guys earlier on. I thought it was drying out and a little more consistent perhaps than it is. And finally, Rick Hoffman on the 0. Sort of a black and white or dark blue and white car. It's coming to the paved hairpin now. Three minutes and 8 seconds to go. So let's take a look at the prediction. And the computer says that Alexander Schmidt is looking to do 14 in 10.14. That's the number 3. Schmidt then on the blue and yellow is the computer's choice at the moment. From Rick Hoffman, who we've just been looking at, and then Peter Hartmann, 3, 10 and 2. So down now to holding it together for the last 2.5 minutes. Rear wing looking to be at a slightly jaunty angle, I think, there on Schmidt's buggy. Let's have a look. Oh, that's nice. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Just couldn't hold the Scandinavian flick. The front wheel is turning, but of course not driven, and he's put on the circuit right in front of the number 4, I think that was, Valentin Persiat, who's not having his best run. And Schmidt, having been tipped by us and the computer, is out of this qualifying session. Well, well. We are looking into all the action today. So that's going to leave Rick Hoffman on the 0. Rick, the black and white. And now can he hold it together for 1 minute and 30 seconds and get himself something in the region of a 14-lap run. Ken Walters is on the edge of a 14-lap run, as is Sasha Coots, but there's plenty that will, I think, be watching this. Oh, and there is the leader again, and Hoffman noses in, absolutely face plants the buggy into the second of the Southern Whoops. Just misjudged the first one and doesn't fly it. What, half a metre? Not even that. That was epic. Easy to get too much air there. We haven't seen many getting too little, but that, for Rick Hoffman, may have cost him a decent time. Well, Hoffman will get one more lap. Hoffman, this is going to count. Hoffman's on his 14th lap now. He can still make it count. He's got to hope that no one gets in his way who may have already heard the buzzer. It really doesn't look as straight as it should, that buggy now, does it? Half a lap to go. He's got to push, and he is doing. Oh, brilliant stuff. That was super, super quick through the middle whoops. Just locking up the rear wheels there, trying to get the car to rotate and across the line. And he does get his 14 lap running, but in 10.19. Now with the track improving, will that be good enough? We've still got a couple of guys to finish, including the including the 5th place man, Patrick Schweinzer, on the 6th. We've got people cutting across the track and all kinds of things going on there where people are still finishing their laps. Well, let us quickly get to the results there before things swap over. So right at the end there, Peter Hartmann takes the best time. Rick Hoffman, and before that, Alexander Schmidt, throwing away good times and good 14 lap runs. So that is 14 laps in 10.19. That's the mark set for the two-wheel drive contingent. And we'll stay with two-wheel drive next as we go back to Group 1, who had the worst of the conditions earlier on. So let's remind you of who you'll see next here on EFRA.ws. Andy Frieden, Klaus Hansen, Dalibor Rohak, Alice Mavrish, Jakob Jeffers, Michael Thompson, Henrik Worm, Steen Jeffers, Adam Soltis, Edwin Irich. So off they go to begin their warm-up. Give me the chance to jot down some colours here. Now Matt's wandered in from the sunshine and he has had his sunglasses on. What's going on the social side of things, Matt? Well, our first group, these are the guys who did have it the worst this morning, in fairness, and I think they'll find a big difference in conditions now.
Just people screen grabbing and having fun with it was a nice shot of Renzi Postma. Hi Renzi, he's watching in the sun the large-scale Euros. Fantastic photo of his iPad there in the sunshine. Oh, he's soaking up the coverage as well as the rays. And Renzi also sends 2 photos. One of an upside down Mari and that tyre that shredded itself 1 or 2 heats ago. Marco Brewers says, hey guys, Rick Hoffman is the new talent from Holland. It's his 9th official race in his life, and he's doing a very good job. And Mark Richtels, who's just joined the group just earlier, we inducted him, welcomed him along, sends us a picture of his body, which his RC car body as well. As Paul looks a little bit alarmed at me from outside. So there you go. There's what's happening on the Facebook. People are debating. People really do get behind their brands. We have, of course, the MCD, we have the Elcon, we have the Horman, and we have the FGs. And if you drive them, if you drive one of those brands, you tend to, it would appear you tend to be quite passionate about that brand, which is great. RC Big Scale Forum saying, well done, Rick. Turbo Models saying, poor Schmidt. Yeah, I saw him. He was down off the stand pretty quickly and cursing. I could see him not a happy champion at all.
Right, let's go through the field. These guys were first out earlier on, so we expect to see some big changes here. I was going to say we'll start from 0 and go back to 1, but Paul's already picked up the 1, which is Andy Frieden. He did 11 laps earlier on this morning on this bright orange machine. Problem is for these guys, oh dear, that's going to be a big one, Andy's. For these guys, do you make the changes to your machine based on what you think is out there, or do you put it out as it was this morning when it was gooey and hope that you can drive through it and then make the changes next time around? Oh, is there a steering issue for Andy? No, he's got it back. Number 2 is Klaus Hansen, blue and orange. It's a kind of a Gulf racing, just going through the fast left-hander down towards the far hairpin now. Round the hairpin there. Second of those blue cars, I think. Paul, thank you. Classic Gulf racing colours. A lot of time being spent on that paintwork for the Danish driver Klaus Hansen. A lot of cars with a basically blue colour scheme here. Let's just watch this number 2 over the bridge. Liking it. Fastest lap at the moment. Well, everybody's getting up to speed. Nobody even down into the mid-40s at the moment. So 11 and 12 laps are going to be the best we can expect, I think, from these guys. Number 3 is Dalibor Rohak from the Czech Republic. It's a blue and green car, that number 3. Blue front with a fluorescent green rear, just coming onto the paved hairpin now and under the bridge and spinning and getting it back and now onto the hairpin. There it is. I think I'm going to call that yellow. I may have thrown Paul a bit of a curveball there. Second round of qualifying for these drivers. Oh, really pulled up short on the whoops there. Just doesn't have the confidence to fly it. Maybe doesn't have the spares to fix it if he goes off into the boonies. Number 3, then Dalibor Rohak. Number 4 is Alex Mavrish, blue and red. Very sort of rallycross styling on that, with the holes drilled in the perspex, as on the windows of the perspex windows of mini rallycross cars back in the 60s and 70s, racing at Liddon Hill in Kent in the UK. And you look very carefully at the side of Alice Mavrish's car, you will see, there we go, perfectly done, Paul, thank you. You'll see those holes drilled in there, presumably for a little bit of heat expulsion as well as for a bit of lightness. Ahead of him, the 6 is Michael Thompson, with a very dirty body shell from this morning. If you go one further back, just stay on that shot there, Paul. The red and blue car coming through to you now onto that final, that far hairpin is the number 5, which we kind of missed out. There he goes, just out of shot right. Lovely, that's him. Sorry, out of shot left, my apologies. Duh. And that is Jakob Jeffers. He hails from Denmark. 5 Danes in this grouping. Oh, unlucky, he's just caught the number 4 of Mavrish, who looked to have a problem. He's lucky to get away with that, both of them, without breaking any of the steering mechanisms. Oh, we've seen the 6 of Michael Thompson, so let's go to the blue and black of Henrik Vorm. Over the tabletop. You can see, and this is absolutely no criticism of these drivers, but they just don't have the confidence of the drivers that are further up the standings and the rankings. And continuing our put a camera on it and something will go wrong. Poor Henrik Vorm there, the latest victim of our live coverage. Number 8 is Steen Jeffers, which is a red, white and black car. And Steen is where? Can't see him actually. I think he may have... Has he stopped? No, hasn't come out. My apologies. 8 and 10 haven't come out. Adrian Ulrich hasn't come out. So the last one out there is the yellow and black of Adam Solsti. Adam Solti is SK, Slovakia? Yeah. Well, it could be anything, couldn't it?
Scotland.
Just depends how you spell it, doesn't it, really? Oh, and a wing end plate there, falling off the number 3. But there is, oh dear, a conflagration at the hairpin. Oh, that's not going to endear anybody to anybody else, is it? And the yellow and black is Adam Soltis. And we've got 5 minutes to go. Sorry, we've got 3.5 minutes to go. And 12 laps, the best I think we can expect here. And the number 1, which we haven't seen for a while, the bright orange of Andy Frieden, the Swiss driver. He's caught on the top of the bridge at the moment in traffic. And rather nerfed to one side there by Dalibor Rohak. So the Swiss driver down to do 12 laps in 10:25 at the moment, and that is by far the best of this group. Can he hold it together for the last 3 minutes? Very difficult, Matt, for this group because they were out in the very, very worst of the conditions this morning when it was sticky, to say the least. I mean, it looked like they were driving in slow motion at one stage, not because they weren't trying, they were, but they couldn't get grip from either end of the car. It just wanted to push everywhere.
It wasn't a good look at all. And we've continued to get slightly faster, but not as fast as we thought we would. But the sun is now officially out. There is officially a requirement for sunglasses and hats because the track is being baked in and thoroughly dried out. So I think our round 3 of qualifying is going to be the one to watch, or the one that gets us the fastest times. Ambro Cams commented on one of the orange cars that we watched earlier on, saying he's all over the place. Well, that's easy for you to say, isn't it? He also says, where the hell are all the Lotus? And to which Bad Wobbles responded, in the bin. And as much as I'd like to disagree with you, Bad Wobble, you're right.
We're inside the last 2 minutes now. And still our RC timing computer favours Andy Frieden from Switzerland. The Dane Jakob Jeffers is in second position, and Dalibor Rohak in third. 1, 5 and 3 all predicted to get 12. Oh, and the number 1's over. The number 1 is over in the midfield, just turned back over onto his feet for once, onto his wheels. We were watching the second place man, but that has definitely cost the number 1 car time, and all of a sudden Andy's all over the place. Is this the opportunity for Jakob here on the 2 to make up time? The time is expiring. Look for 10 minutes. Anyone who's got a 10-minute time on the right-hand side won't get any more laps. Andrew Frieden goes through for 12. He does make his 12 laps, and here's Jeffers coming through. He'll get one. He'll get 12 as well, I think. Oh, very wide at the last corner and dives to the pitch. You really want to shoot through there. The bar is the timing line. So everyone, oh no, there's still a couple of guys at the back end of the field. Dalibor Rohak hasn't quite finished yet, he's just coming in now. But here's the full result. Andy Frieden does get the best of the times, but 12 laps is not going to move him. 12 laps is not going to move him up the standings too far. Now, following this convention then, we should be looking at the two-wheel drive Group 2 next with Robbie Burma, who I was terribly impressed with. Remember, he got a 14-lap run in the not the best of the conditions earlier on.
Rat Racers says, Liddon Hill. Wow, I remember races there. Well, there was actually a World Rallycross race there about 2 months ago.
Yeah, the Rallycross world, diverting ourselves away from what's going on here. The Rallycross world's rather split up in the UK and worldwide recently, in the same way as unfortunately many sports do. Think of boxing and all the different federations. Well, there was 2 different British Rallycross Championships. Now there's 2 different World Rallycross Championships, which is never a great thing. So, but the good news is that some of the great events and venues, like Liddon, are still being used. So,
because in Rallycross you have World Rallycross and Global Rallycross.
Correct. Correct. FIA, World Rallycross and Global Rallycross. Both of them claiming to be world championships.
Both of them sponsored by different energy drink brands.
Yeah, well, I think that's almost a given now, isn't it? You've got to be. I have heard a rumour that to put in a complete reversal of fortune, there is a energy drink brand which begins with an M and ends in Monster. That you can't You don't ask them for money. You pay them for the privilege of putting their name on your vehicle, which I think is amazing turnaround.
It's the interesting world of replica licensing.
Yeah, yes, which you know all about. There's the rundown. Robbie Burton, watch him in the number 1. We're going to start from 10 and work back this time, just for something different. So it'll be Lars Andersen, Libor Novotny, Miha Mandelic, Sander Schulte, Heiko Bader, Peter Han, Ivan Turk, Wolfgang Arndt, Philip Triplat and Robbie Burma. So the 0 cars who we'll be looking at first once we get underway. Still a minute and a half of running on the practice side of things. So this then is the second round of qualifying for the second group. This is 2-wheel drive. We do have the 4s here as well. Now, I didn't see Philip Triplat out last time, Sander Schulte or Libor Novotny. So 2, 8 and 9 are buggies that I'm looking for. There's the 9, just going around the hairpin there now. That's black and red. So coming down to the start of the timed session. Let's put 10 minutes on the clock. And the time about to start. And there goes the buzzer. So we're going to start with the number 9, are we? Okay. The number 9 is the very slim waisted design of bodywork. Oh, not going to help when he's up there though with 2-wheel drive only. Get a chance to have a look at this as it goes underneath us. This is the number 9 of Libor Novotny. Through into the first corner. And just behind him, Matt, is the number 8, which you can pan back to coming through. This next car back. Number 8 is Steen Jeffers. Next car back from the one you were watching. There he is. In fact, this is the one with the very narrow centre section, almost like a dragster at the front. Look at that. Really cut away behind the front wheels. Minimalist design. Really noticeable. The arrowhead shape of the bodywork. No, number 7. I don't think Sander Schulte has come out. Actually, we missed out the 0, didn't we? So let's see if we can pick out the yellow and orange of Lars Andersen from Denmark. There he is. And just confirming that Sander Schulte has not gone out, the Dutch driver. It's the second time we haven't seen him. That makes sense. So, bright green, number 6 is the next one we're going to look at, which is Heiko Bader. You'd not lose that one in the car park, would you? Oh, something just fell off the back of that. It was one of his numbers. Just sitting right on the apex. Not an issue, just to stick on. Flies the Southern Whoops well. Number 5 is the maroon and yellow buggy of Slovakian driver Peter Jan. The green and checkered number 4 is that of Ivan Turk. And what is SI then? There he is. At the moment, the fastest in this heat, at least looking for the best time in this heat, 13 laps. But I will remind you that we've seen a 14-lap run by this group in the earlier quote-unquote worse conditions. Philippe Triplat is on the number 2. That's the maroon and blue, dark red and blue. Almost sort of Aston Villa or West Ham claret and blue coloured car, which is... where has he gone? Philippe Triplat... or has he changed his body, the little sneaky person? There it is. That's a very good spot, Matt. Well done. I'm going to suggest that isn't going any further in this heat, which leaves us looking for the number 1 of Robbie Burmer, the orange and white, or white top with orange and bit of blue on it as well. And again, we've cursed him by getting on him. This was the man that did the 14 laps in the first outing, and nobody anywhere near that at the moment, which is an absolute shocker for me. Robbie's got the fastest lap, 45.3, and nobody else within 2 seconds of that. Sorry, I'll take that back. Nobody else within a second of that. Wolfgang Arndt on the 3. Did we miss Wolfgang out? Green with the black bottom, I think we may have. As off has gone the man most likely. Oh dear me. We are cursing them. We really are. Can't complain, you're not seeing all the incidents though. EFRA.ws with rcracing.tv on the cameras and the talking. It's the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Euros with MCD Racing and graphicsbodies.com, our supporters and partners for this live broadcast on a now very, very sunny and almost picture perfect Thursday afternoon in central Austria. So it's Wolfgang Arndt on the number 3. That is the green car with the blue bottom section. He is the man that the computer tells me, our RC timing computer, tells me is likely to get the best time. But it's only 13 laps in 10:16. Tidy driving. The question is now, is this lack of pace down to setup, or is it down to people overdriving, or is the track actually getting slower, not quicker? Have some big changes been made from the setup from the sticky conditions we had earlier? As now, again, we call someone's name and they make a mistake. That's Wolfgang Arndt, the German driver, going off, and he's lost his rhythm, hasn't he? I wonder if the track's just getting dry enough that the top section of it isn't giving as much grip as it was earlier. Fine balance for the organisers to strike here between thick mud, which you plough through, spinning your wheels and clogging everything up, and lots of dust, which can be as slippy as driving on ice. Arndt then showing a bit of composure now. He's got that back. Oh, big bit of air there. And that was by the zero driver, Lars Anderson. And that was on the bridge. We just sort of flashed through our camera. Last 3 minutes then. Let's go back and have a look at the number 4 map, please, if you don't mind. That would be Ivan Turk on the green and checker. He's in play for this. Definitely. It's Wolfgang Arndt, Robbie Burmer on the number 1, and Ivan Turk for the best qualifying session here of round 2 for the second group, all two-wheel drive. Oh, we've done it again. Highlights reel is just basically, let me say someone's name, count to 5, show the pictures and watch them fall off. Two minutes to go. Ivan Turk with a substantial lead at the moment. All of a sudden stretches 9 seconds on the forecast for 13 laps ahead of, in second place, it'll be Wolfgang Arndt. Miha Mandelic. Ah, no, we haven't looked at that Mandelic for a wee while. That's the sort of Red Bull dark blue colours with the very narrow waisted car just on the infield coming to the hairpin in front of you at the moment. Very dark red. He's in with a shout as well. I think you said HR was Croatia, didn't you, Matt? Nods his head outside without moving the camera. He's good, you know, multitasking. So last minute then. And a very steady drive by the number 1. The orange and white of Robbie Burmer, the Dutchman, has seen him all of a sudden just pop on that last lap to the top, courtesy of a 44.966, where everyone else was over 50 seconds. Got caught up in a melee somewhere. So Burmer then, can he finish this one off? He's got a 14 lap, and no! I don't believe it! My goodness me! Matt, stop laughing. Matt and Paul are just giggling, not because of people's misfortune. It is just an amazing set of circumstances that every time we mention something, somebody doing something well, they throw the car at the scenery. And in that case, in Robbie's case there, he threw it at our berm cam. So will that mean Ivan Turk will get this one back? 10 minutes are up. Only man left still is Miha Mandelic, the Croatian, to complete. There will be no 14 lap runs here. Everyone has completed. And that was... Oh! And even right at the end, we've got someone going off right next to our camera. So, anyone from those top 3 could have taken it. And surely there was enough time wasted to get a 14-lap run in. But it is Ivan Turk here on EFRA.ws who has taken that. Our MCP Racing and GraphillBodies.com coverage showing Ivan Turk taking that one in a 29, 10 minutes 29. Wolfgang Arndt in second, Robbie Burmer. All of those 3 had a better time in them, but threw it away. And what I'm guessing is now we'll head into 4-wheel drive and into the third group of 4-wheel drive, which would be Group 8. if we're to follow what's happened in that one. And if that's the case, then your grid lineup will include Alan Serafian, Beatrix von Almen, Civil Antimov, Leo Vaniscott, Bjorn Reisbeck, Craig Orman, Norbert Foster, Yari Pasikivi, and Dirk Kellerman.
Can I interject?
You may.
During the last race, the unique body shape of, I think, was it car number 8, the Red Bull?
Yeah.
That was, it gives me pleasure to say that was an HPI Baja. Not very many of them competing here, but that was a Baja. We've covered Baja endurance racing before. But yeah, there's not many of them out there, but that was one of them.
Easy to spot from up above because it is so much narrower behind the front wheels.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And
what's the thinking behind that then?
It's the most scale in appearance. In fact, it is a car that is the idea behind it was scale. It wasn't really built for competitive racing like this. So it is. It's actually 1/5 scale Baja buggy, born in the Californian desert by HPI, and it's actually they have to be modified to make them 1/6 scale. So they extend them a little bit to take part in these events.
That's the sort of thing that Robbie Gordon and people like that do. That sort of buggy racing out in the deserts of New Mexico and places like that. Look good. It's going well as well.
Plenty of people laughing at your cursing of races.
What have we done today? I mean, great for the viewer. Hello, viewer.
Yes.
But literally, and every time we've mentioned somebody in the last 2 or 3 races, they've done something spectacular and not necessarily in a good way.
And so it's odd, although very grateful to be asked. Ambro Cam has asked, when are we coming to Australia to cover their nationals?
Anytime you want. Find us a sponsor and we'll be there. We're not proud.
Paul's going to drive there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I mean, we've just started on the full-size world. We've now done a couple of races, the 12 hours at Bathurst, last couple of events for that, and this year this next year coming, we'll be there again at the start of the season, and our commentary going on to, and our pictures going on to Channel 7. The full 12 hours being taken by Channel 7 early next season. That's a massive move forward for that full-size endurance race. So there's no reason why, if RadioLeMans.com and Radio Show Limited can go down there and do TV and radio, that RC TV can't. RCRacing.tv. It is a question to your viewer, as ever, of finding the financial wherewithal to pay to get down there, and sadly getting to Australia is not cheap. But if you do your RC racing like you do the rest of your racing down there, and with the same kind of enthusiasm, I have no doubt it would be worthwhile going and covering. I've had a great time the last 2 years that I've been down there. Let's have a look at the grid for the next event, which is the second round of qualifying. This is the first of the 4-wheel drive groups that we'll see in round 2. Alan Serafian, best of them the last time out, with a 14 lap run in 14 minutes point 4, I seem to remember. And we've got the clock running now, so let's see how these guys are going. First lap in the books. We'll start again at number... Well, I was going to say we'll start at number 10, but I need to see how many of them are out there first. Let's make sure they're all out there, Paul, before I start throwing you a duff information. Bjorn Reisbeck has just seen that car being taken back to the pit area. And I don't think he's out and racing at the moment. Let's have a look down in the pits and see. Yeah, there's some work going on there. And that is No, that's the one.
From the last race.
That's the one from the last race. Yes, that's all right. There is that's a great spot, Paul. And that's the brand new body we've been talking about. And you can see it there off the buggy, just how much like the Formula One car it looks like. It's the Graphil Red Bull. It's sort of looking like a single seater, isn't it? It's looking like an Adrian Newey design, an RB9 or an RB8 perhaps. Now everybody else is a minute and a half into this, so let's head back out on the track. We'll pick up then the number 8 if we can, please. Sorry, number 9 if we can, Paul. Sorry. It's the white and orange of Dirk Kellerman, the German. There it is. Now, this is the first time we've seen the four-wheel drives in the second qualifying run. Oh, and once again, the RC Racing.tv curse strikes. We speak, we show, he crashes. It's not the right line through there, is it? I think you may have a little issue. Flicking the steering left and right just to make sure everything's okay. So there is Dirk Kellerman. The white and orange number 8 is Jari Paasikivi. With the Finnish flag on the wing end plates. And, of course, immediately he falls off. I was going to say count to 5. I didn't get those words out of my mouth before he was off. Shall I just shut up? Can you imagine if I was this much of a curse in full-size racing? I'd never get any work. Or at least I'd never been... I'd have no friends as racing drivers. And no racing drivers as friends. Well, that is Paasikivi. Oh, lots of understeer there. He was trying to slow down for the hairpin. Norbert Foster has the mustard-coloured car. The German on the number 7. As we go through the field with MCD Racing and GraphilBodies.com. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he survived. It'll be alright from now. I think if you survive the first 5 seconds of being on the screen, you're going to be okay. The most fluent of lap, this one from Norbert. He's got traffic ahead of him though, and he avoids that very nicely. That was Beatrix von Almen. Now that's a full lap now that we've had with this man. So can we assume that we have killed the curse? Not sure. Craig Allman, the Brit, is on a green and white buggy, the number 6. Yeah, just about still see the green on the top. Very nice. But, oh, thank you for tilting it that way, just so that I could see the Jaguar Racing green on the top of that. Union flag proudly displayed on the side. Oh, that was lovely, wasn't it? That metallic green on the top of that is a very nice bit of paintwork indeed. And that, as we say, is Craig Orman. We know that there's no Bjorn in 5, so Leo Vaniscott, the Frenchman, yellow and purple, is the number 4. Oh! Now that's impressive. Paul managed to pick up a car that I didn't even think was out there. That is the new Graphil Red Bull body. The only one here. And I think this is the debut of this body. That has been attracting a lot of attention in the prep area. You can see very much designed after a Formula car, with the air intake where the yellow rolled hoop is. And it's the latest offering from Graffel. And that is Bjorn Riesbeck that is driving that, the German. So now we can head to the yellow and purple of Leo Vaniscott, who just about held it together when we mentioned his name, such was his excitement, but then he pings the curb on the final corner. A little bit of understeer through that fast left, but that's held together reasonably well. Down towards the paved hairpin, turns it in early, gets on the power early, and makes it look very simple indeed. It's great when it happens like that. Oh, and he just had a Marshall drop a buggy right in front of him. So again, drama whilst we're following the car. Number 3 is Civil Antimov on the grey number 3. Wow, that's quick. Oh, nice work, Paul. Lovely stuff of the big air there. As he comes through past the Norbert Foster driven number 7, the mustard coloured buggy. Drivers starting to enjoy themselves a little bit more with the throttle. Sorry. I was just about to say how much more confidence he looked like he had since the last run. And Civil Antimov bins it. BG will be Bulgaria then, will it? Alright. Let's move up to the number 2. CH is Switzerland. Beatrix von Almen, yellow and green. Belgian's BE, isn't it? Yeah. There is Beatrix von Almen, Swiss driver. Full-size motorsport being banned in Switzerland since 1955, of course, after the Le Mans disaster. Although there was a Swiss Grand Prix for many years, it was held at Dijon in France, across the border. But an awful lot of Swiss entrants, drivers in scale and full-size motorsport, particularly multiple touring car champion Alain Menu. We also have teams like Rebellion Racing, although based in the UK, run under a Swiss entrance licence in Le Mans Prototype Racing. And there's our number 1 driver, Alan Serafian. As we come down towards the end of this race, we've picked him up at exactly the right time, because he goes through to start his 15th lap. Now, he's looking for 15 laps in 10 minutes 10.4. You know, he's got half a chance of this. If he puts a decent lap in, he could be somewhere near. Oh, he doesn't want to be up there, though. He's got traffic. He's got to go by Von Almen. Oh, and he's got balked by traffic slowing down. He's got a 10:32.253. So that's an improvement. But not quick enough to bother the drivers from earlier. So let's Oh, I was going to say let's have a look at the results, but our timekeepers have been rather too fast for us and have already cleared them off. But that was a 15 lap run at least for Alan Sarafian. Presumably now we'll move on to Group 9. Best of this last time was Giudice Gandino with a 15 lap run in 10:41.2. Matt, what do you got for us?
Lots of love for Alan Sarafian. People saying well done to him. Hello to Jonathan McFly over in St Mary's in Australia. He's posted a picture of his 2 FGs while he watches the EFRA Championships. Great to have you with us. We're being enticed to go to Australia still. People talking about dancing girls in between races. Things like this. John gives a look as if to say that had no impact on.
That would have no impact on me whatsoever.
No. You'll have to try harder than that.
Well, I have to say, the reason it has no impact on me is because we're going for the racing.
Yes, it's all about the racing.
I'm leading a campaign at the moment to try and stop full-size racing using grid girls.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they should use grid girls and grid boys, and then is it not fair?
I have less of an issue with that, but I still think objectifying young people and putting them in front of cars is something we shouldn't be doing in this day and age.
So it's just young people as well. So perhaps it should be a complete demographic of young girls, old men, and young men. Just a complete spread of ages. Fat men. Paul's saying fat men.
Or just someone from the team.
The tea lady.
Or
gentleman.
Anyway, let's not get into that here.
Okay.
I'm under enough criticism for even mentioning that when I'm doing full-size racing. I don't need to bring that into the RC world as well, into the scale racing world. Our
Australian viewers are really enjoying the track.
It's good, isn't it?
Suggesting that perhaps they should install a bridge at their local track and maybe even a paved corner as well. Have you had any thoughts on the bridge? It's pretty unique to the tracks that we go to or the races we cover.
I've commentated on this before, haven't I, with this bridge, I seem to remember.
Yes.
Have they always run it this way? Did they used to run the opposite direction?
Oh.
Because I look at this and think, when it was smaller, they run it the opposite way.
Yes,
they go through the bridge the way. Thank you. I thought they did, because it threw me out yesterday when I saw the paving. I think, talking to the drivers, the challenge is when you come over the bridge, right, you've got a paved corner, which is obviously a different surface. But when you come over the bridge, there's a little bit of paving before it, then there's the metal of the bridge, then there's a different bit of paving after it, and then you're back onto dirt again. So you've got dirt paving, metal paving, dirt within the space of 4 corners. And it's really tricky. And I actually like the paved corner, if for nothing else is that it gives the drivers something to think about.
Yeah.
And frankly, the good drivers get a really nice drift on there. And it's a thing of beauty to watch, isn't it?
Well, that paved corner has been improved over the years. I think the first time we came, it was actually cobbles. So really, really rough and bumpy surface. And now it's block paved and quite smooth.
Yeah. It's Giudice Gandino who is the number 1 here from Pecco Evenen in second, Jean-Claude de Costa third on the 3, Dieter René Fassner, then Daniel Wiedeker, Hanno Kraus, Ken Valkiers, Issa Millimar. That's your 8, and we are running the clock, so we'll give you a chance to have a look at the live positions while we pick up number 8, which is Issa Millimar from Finland. Light green Oh, is that green and blue, that car?
Which number are we after?
And we're after number 8. Start at the bottom of the field again. I've written down something that I can't read now.
Is it Matt is great?
But Matt will find it. But Matt and Paul will find it out on the circuit, I'm sure. There it is. Oh, it is light green and blue. That is rather like... I'm going to write Falcon next to that. As in Falken. Very reminiscent of the Falcon tyres colour with that light green and the teal blue. Or those who've got even longer memories for full-size endurance racing, the front end of that, almost a Leighton House, maybe a little more green than that. Certainly when you see it on the TV screen. In the sunshine now, it's very much more like Falcon tyres. So that is Asa Minima. Ken Valky's white, orange and yellow number 7. We'll skim back to next. And pick him up. Oh, and he's changed his. I think I need to put an or there, don't I? Or white and. Oh no, white, orange and yellow. I say yes, okay. Well, he's flinging that one around, isn't he? I'm going to call that pink rather than orange. I don't know. Certainly looks pinker on than it did the last time. He's big. Polishing that up in between heats, but that is Ken. Hanno Cruz is on the 6, which may be white and blue checkers, but that's coming round the southern hairpin and over the tabletops now, I think. No. Sorry, that's Dieter Rene Fastener. Sorry, Paul. There you go. The Finnish driver, Hanno Cruz. So far, so good. No one that we've mentioned has thrown it off and into the boonies. It's a great shot, isn't it, with the cornfield in the background there. 5 next is Daniel Wiedeker. Yellow, orange, green, purple, indigo, violet, blue, in every colour of the rainbow, it would seem. The all-blue Austrian entry is for Dieter Rene Fastener. And that is in the southern hairpin now. That's Dieter. Oh, that's a nice shot, that, Paul. Well done. Daniel Wiedeker. Right, let's slip back to the number 4, which is the blue. There it is. Lovely pickup. 2 blue cars together there, but the all blue one is the one we're after. For Dieter Rene, the Austrian. .41.2 fastest in this race by Can Valkyrs, by the way. Remember, we've been down in the 39s. Four and a half minutes left. Let's check on Jean-Claude Jean-Claude Dacosta on the green, number 3. Just happened to be catching up with everybody we were looking at, so that was an easy one. Oh, that was neat. Using the momentum of the tail of the car, the pendulum effect. Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. It would be no surprise when I tell you that this man is on for a 15 lapper at the moment in 10:29.8, and he's the quickest, as you can see from our RC timing on the top right of your screen. Pekko Ivanen is the number 2 on the yellow. So the bright fluorescent yellow with the black tail end. There's the number 2 then, Pecco. And Giudice Gantino on the white, blue and purple was the quickest of this group last time around, 15 laps in 10:41.2.
Have we been following Pecco? Sorry, with Pecco's mum's watching. It would be great if we could follow Pecco.
Right, we just did Pecco. Hang on, we'll go back to him in a second because just watching Giudice Gantino. At the moment, his time from the last running is going to be better, but not by him, but by Ken Valkiers on a 15 with a 10:28.5. So back to Pecco then, whose mum is watching at the moment. Pekko Ivanen on the yellow. There he is, with the finish flag proudly on the tail of that car, on the wing end plates. And hello to Pecco's mum. Nice and consistent, your boy. So it's Ken Valkiers who's looking to improve the white, pink and yellow. That's the number 7. And there he is. Just doesn't look easy at all out there now. It's drying up. It's not going to be quick enough, you know, to put him right at the sharp end if qualifying were to finish at the end of this heat. We've had a good 7 or 8 people faster than this in the next 2 groups already in their first runs. So again, I pose the question, and if there's anybody out there watching who thinks they have the answer, is this people in the second run of heats overcompensating on the setup, overcompensating in the fact that they're now overdriving, or is the track, as it gets drier, has it gone past its optimum? Even for the 4-wheel drive machinery. Now, those who didn't do so well on their first runs may well improve, but we're not seeing anybody challenging the top times. Remember, the best time that we've seen so far is 15 laps in 10 minutes 10.4. And this is Ken Valkiers, who knows all about winning. Looking at a 15 laps, yes, but in 10:33. 20 odd seconds away from that. Something like 3/4 of a second a lap down on where he needs to be on average. That's quite a lot of time, isn't it? 42.1 average lap time at the moment for Valkiers, as the clock is expiring, and in fact he's finished. And 15 laps in 10:31. Well, the computer said 10:33, and Ken beat the prediction bit like trying to do better than the sat-nav time, isn't it? There's your confirmation. Well, good afternoon if you're just joining us. The wind getting up just a wee bit here in Austria as we are getting ready for the next of the qualifying runs. And we should be moving on to group number 10 of 11, although we've still got a couple to run after group 11 because the order of running in this second round of 3, not 4, lost a full round this morning of qualifying due to the adverse weather conditions. So Sven Rodewald, Darren Osgaard, John Trotman, Flavio Budelig, Michael van der Veen, Joni Hiltunen, Peter Hartmann, Ertugrul Teriaki and Denise Askut start their warm-up routine for their second round of qualifying. MCD Racing and GraphilBodies.com are partners for this EFRA large-scale off-road Euros in Austria. EFRA.ws for everything you need to know. Keep the comments coming in on the rcracing.tv Facebook site as well. Ooh. Well, the dark clouds that were threatening this morning, and indeed the bad weather that forced us to curtail qualifying from 4 rounds to 3, a mere memory now, as the sunshine is baking down onto the back of Matt's neck. And I bet he hasn't got any sun cream on. There is the picture perfect scene. Just a few white fluffy clouds as we're about to go qualifying for group 10. Ten minutes, of course. And just a confirmation of who's out there. And we'll give you some live timing as well. As we're going to start from number 1 this time, and Sven Rodewald on the white and purple. As he's already got traffic to deal with. A sort of flash of orange ahead of him, I think. No, in fact, that's the red car of Mark Kreisig. Oh, we'll start again. It's not, because Mark's not in this heat. Oh, he's not catching him though, is he? So that is the number 1 of Sven Rodewald, the German. Number 2 is Darren Özgür on the blue from Turkey. Ooh, and have we started the curses again? We managed to go a whole heat without it. Marshall being very brave and stepping in there. And more issues, I'm afraid, for Darren. So while he sorts himself out, let's pick up the number 3 of John Trotman, the Swiss. White and orange, number 3. John again, very neat and tidy driver. Doesn't throw the car around as much as some, but it's about economy of movement on the sticks and on the track. Number 4 is the mustard and white of Flavio Budelug. He's another German. Reminder, this is 4-wheel drive for the second round of qualifying. Fehring, Austria. Not going to complain about this, but it is getting quite bright in the box. And the Irish Spec DCs have just gone on, even to read the screens, because there's a bit of glare. So that is the number 4 of Flavio Budelik. The white, mainly white car with the red decals on the side is that of Michael van der Veen. Michael is from Holland. And again, we've seen this on one or two occasions through these qualifying sessions. When you have a car that does turn and is on the nose, it makes life look considerably easier than one that doesn't. Nicely done. Could have just kept the throttle on that. Now let's see him into the paved hairpin. Loves to commit nice and early. Stands the car, oh, not quite that early. Stands the car up at the apex and then back on the throttle again. Classic stuff for four-wheel drive racing. Jouni Hultinen is the number 6, the orange and yellow with the checkers. And the 6 car is where, see if we can pick that up, just coming into the hairpin in front of you, Matt. There you go. It's a bit more of a busy driving style, that, isn't it, than what we've just seen, says Jouni Hiltunen. Peter Hartmann on the 7, which is the orange and blue, did 15 laps in 10:33.5 on his opening qualifying outing. We'll find out in a moment whether he's doing any better. Number 8 is Ertugrul Teriyaki, yellow, white and blue. Yeah, red, white and blue for the number 8. To be perhaps a little yellow on the front that may have confused me there. And Dennis Aksut is on the 9, red and white, that one. Dennis with a lot of fans online at the moment. Been getting a lot of messages for him. So now that we've been through the field, let's see what the RC timing computer predicts. Well, it predicts at the moment that Sven Rodewald on the number 1 will do 15 laps in 10 minutes 21 flat, which is a little bit faster. We had 15 laps in 33.572 last time, and in the next group 15 laps in 5 minutes 10.4, so a big jump in time there. So that is our leader. Oh, that's again nice, just getting it slightly sideways. Next heat will be the top-seeded four-wheel drive drivers, but then we'll go back to heats, or groups 1 and 2 rather, before we head into our final qualifying of the afternoon. Last 90 seconds. 15 laps predicted for the top 5. $15 laps in 10:20 for Rodewald, 10:31 for Budliug. Well, a couple of decent laps by Rodewald. He's just put the fastest lap of the race in 39.8. Backs it up with a 40 and a 41. Impressive. That's very impressive, isn't it? Very tidy too. So Sven Rodewald, the German, with time about to expire. Clock on the top right. Oh, and he makes a mistake right at the end and has to go the very, very long way around at the hairpin. And already we're seeing 10-minute times on the timing and scoring monitor. And even at the end, he doesn't quite get it right. But he's got through. He has got through. 10:17 is the projection now. And remember, it needs to come round and complete the lap properly. Oh, that's nice driving by Dennis Aksut. And here is the last couple of corners of Sven Rodewald. We predicted 10:17.093 and we get 10:19.373, so a bit slower that time around. So let's confirm the results. No, our timekeepers are just too quick for us today. Beautiful sunny midsummer, or late summer I suppose now, afternoon here in central Austria. We have 4 more groups to go. Scratch that. We have 3 more groups to go. In round 2 of qualifying. And Matt, what do you have?
People are spotting things that we're not necessarily spotting, which is great because there's hundreds of people watching. Dusty track. A damp track has more grip, says Sean Edwards. That's something we've covered. However,
well, that was the question I asked, Matt.
Yeah.
You know, as it dries, is it going to get better or worse? And the answer seems to be it'll get worse. It just needs the right amount of dampness in, not too wet, not too dry.
Ambro Cam has asked, is that a driver's sauna hut?
A driver's?
Sauna hut.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
It's for drivers who are overweight.
As you can see, there's a queue forming outside, people waiting to go in.
Yeah. The cars for this event only are being scrutineered with the drivers as well for weight. And there's 1 or 2 people who need to lose a bit of weight to get the cars under.
So they're sweating it out.
Yeah.
Much like we are in here.
It's a holiday chalet, actually, isn't it?
Yes, it is. There's a bed in there, and there's a shower and a toilet downstairs. It's very nice.
And a garage.
Very nice construction. I see Big Scale Forum saying that Ken Walkiers is currently number 1 in the ranking. And people being cheered on at the Eric Grill, Ascut, and at Nick Altalay saying "Go Dennis, go!" And we're being cursed for cursing other cars on the track.
Well, we've still got about a quarter of this second round of qualifying to go.
Ambro RC is asking why don't they lightly water the track? Well, it is a thing that they do.
It's an option, sure.
Done. It's an option. But if they do it, it will be at the end of the round.
Oh yeah. You can't do it mid-round, of course. Everybody's got to have the same or similar conditions.
Indeed, yes.
Start to the end. And if you notice as well, the order in which the qualifying groups have been running has been mixed up. It was effectively two-wheel drive groups 1, 3 to 5, and then four-wheel drive groups it's 6, but the first of the four-wheel drive groups to 1 to 6. And then they both jumped halfway in the second time around to try and even it up.
Yeah, it's all quite hard to follow. I just tend to look at the timing screen just to see
and
what's
hope
happening.
you realise who it is.
have we got time to welcome a few people into the group?
You can. I'll stick the grid up for this, and we can show the viewer who's out there.
Brett Alexander. Sorry, no, Brett Allender. Welcome, Brett. He's asked to join the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Rudy Smith. Welcome to you. He appears to have a large-scale off-road car in his profile picture. And Nick Fogarty. Nick went to Facebook. He went to the search bar and he typed in RC Racing TV and he found our group. He didn't click the like button. There isn't a like button. You can't like us, but you can join us. And that's what almost 4,000 people have done now, which is a great, fantastic thing to have. A group of people, all with similar interests, posting photos of their cars and opinions and bits of information that are often quite useful for us.
Well, that was the grid that we just showed you there. Here's the live standings with 45 seconds gone. Let's take a look at everyone in this group again. We'll run through the field with GraphilBodies.com and MCD Racing for the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Euros for 2014, live here on EFRA.ws, rcracing.tv, doing the production for you. So let's pick up the number 9, and immediately we go to him. He crashes into the number 1 of Patrick Schweinheiser, who had just had a big moment standing there, buggy on its back wheels. This is Pekka Heikkilä from Finland. Had a decent run going again in the first qualifying session for this group. They were the very last people to do their first qualifying. A bit of work gone into the paintwork on that with the checker on it on the back. Just see the faintest hint of dust coming from the back wheels at certain parts of the circuit now. Number 8 from Great Britain on the yellow and orange is Steve Haynes. Just coming through to the end of the lap now. There he is. Large scale. Not seeing so many GB drivers in the large scale ranks. Not quite as popular in the UK as other parts of Europe?
No, I'd say no. It's not quite as popular as the on-road form of this scale of racing. Holland, Germany, Finland, they're kind of heartland for this. And of course, we have to say Australia.
Yeah.
Is a big nerve centre of large-scale off-road. Or at least a lot of our input comes from you guys over in Australia. Thanks for being with us again.
We'll move on to Mark Kreisig, the German, on number 7. That's the red buggy, which has... I thought it was just about to dive into the pits there. Mark's a very exciting driver, like his style, likes to have the power on. Very quick to notice he had a quicker driver coming through there behind him. It probably is letting him through. You have different strengths and weaknesses on a circuit like this. 39.6, by the way, is the fastest lap in this run. Let's head up the field then from Mark. Felix Horrens, is he out in this? He is. Finally we see Felix on the number 6. Now I haven't seen this one before, so I can't tell you what colour it is. Mark, I'm sorry about that. Mark, Paul. Where have I got Mark from today? My brain's gone on holiday. Let's see if I can spot the number 6 as well. Felix is from Germany. And there it is. Thank you. So that's sort of white and green. It's got no numbers on it. Yeah, that's no wonder we couldn't spot him. Having a word. Given it's the only one without any numbers on, we're guessing that that is the number 6. I'll tell you actually when he comes through. So I can follow him. Yeah, it is. Absolutely it is. So Felix Horens, first time we've seen him, didn't come out in the first qualifying run. And he seems to have forgotten his numbers on that one. Jörg Michael Tiet is the 5, yellow, red and black. And, this is an Estonian driver. And Jörg Michael is on the yellow, red and black number 5. So the hairpin there. I'm seeing new bumps all the time. I tell you what, this is a car that is very nicely set up, isn't it? It's comfortable. It might not be quick, but you know, that's going to race very well. It's riding the bumps well. Oh, and as I say that, he's just ground to a halt. I was letting someone through. That's all right. But when you watch him take the air, just look how gently it lands. It's almost like it's on a feather bed. It's really nice. As you can see from our live timing provided and powered by RC Timing on the right hand side, he's not the fastest car out there, but that is a car that is going to run long, I think. Very interesting. Let's move up to number 4, Alexander Schmidt, defending champion in this category, the blue and white, and the fastest qualifier so far, fastest qualifier in the first round of Q sessions. 15 laps completed in 10 minutes 10.4 seconds. That's the best of the 4-wheel drive runners, and when you see the style of this man, you will know why. Another German. Precision is his middle name. Actually, I don't know what his middle name is. It might be Franz or something like that, but he drives very well. He's one of these drivers we've mentioned before who likes to commit early to the corners and drift the car in sideways. It's a high risk, high reward strategy. Get it right, you carry an awful lot of speed through the apex. Get it wrong, you have to pay to get the car back in again. It can go off so far. At the moment, just being held up for half a lap or so. He'll not be happy with that. I'd suggest that although he's been good here, he would like a quicker circuit. He looks to me to be a man who likes slightly faster tracks. He is very patient on the power when he needs to be, but the fluidity of the movement of the buggy when he's unsung through the faster parts of the circuit, and there's that big commitment. That is just beautiful. Brings a big smile from Matt McCallum just off to my right. That's what we like to see about 4-wheel drive. When we were talking about the difference between 2 and 4-wheel drive, and there he's in a constant drift all the way over the top of the bridge as well, through onto the berm cam. A minute and 28 to go. Let's quickly get up the field and see Valentin Persiat, the Frenchman on the orange and yellow number 3, 2-wheel drive champion. One of a number of drivers doing double duty. She's not the worst thing to do, in fairness, although you've got to be careful not to confuse yourself. There is a slightly different driving style between 2 and 4-wheel drive, but at least it gives you an opportunity to see how the track is evolving. You see the Frenchman very busy, particularly on the steering, flicking the front wheels left and right. Likes to get on that power early. Not having it all his own way though. He's getting a bit of hassle there. In fact, just being passed. Christian Lacasse is number 2. The Dutch driver on the all-white buggy. And I think he might be the last man we'll see. Because I've got a feeling... No, I think Lacasse has stopped. Jörg Michael Teat has as well. So Patrick Schweinzer is the last one. He's had some problems in the yellow and orange buggy. But he's still running out there. There he is. But he's laps down on the leader. This is just at the moment a test run. As time is about to expire. We've gone through the whole field. And as you can see, the bottom end of the top 9 just finishing their laps now. But at the top end, it looks very much as though it is Felix Horens on the 7. Scratch that. It's Mark. It is Felix Horens on the 7, yeah. On the 6, excuse me. I'm looking at his driver number. As we're just waiting for the number 1 to finish. But let's give you a look at the results before they disappear. Oh, too late. It was Horens with 15 laps. But nowhere near the 10 minutes 10.4 of Alex Schmidt in the last round. As you can see there, the timekeepers are already sending us the new information. Now, before that heat started, we did get a request, I think, for 1 or 2 people to have a little bit of a wave to somebody back home. Is it? They'll do it right at the end. Right, got you. It's becoming more and more like two-way family favourites every time I work on this. Hello from Austria, and we send you our best wishes back to England and the rest of the world and our colonies. So we move on to Group 6 now of the 4-wheel drive, or Group 6, which was the first group of the 4-wheel drive drivers. Didn't see Sal Peltola last time around, the Finnish driver, but everyone else was out. And they're already out on their warm-up. And we've already got 2 cars off on the far side. Oh dear. Matt, can you cut up the southern hairpin camera, please? Got somebody stuck there already on his warm-up. And there he is. Just about to be retrieved. And the driver himself, I think, has gone over there. Is that Martin Petrak? The 0. Or the 9 rather. Can't quite see from here. On his way back. Might have been Was that Sal Peltola on the 8 then, in that case? Yes, it is the 8, isn't it? Let's have a look at him in the pits. There they are, they've brought the car back. No, it was the 9. I was right the first time. So we're looking at the problem there for Roman Petrak, the Czech Republic driver. Problem with the wheel. As you can see there on the left front, there's an issue with the hub. Now has the wheel come off completely there? Half a minute before we start the 10 minutes of qualifying. Now the other car that I'd love to see out there is the number 8 of Sal Peltola, the Finnish driver, which we didn't see out, and it is out there, and it's white and red. White top with a red stripe on the bottom. As everybody is heading back in, the time is about to start. We'll give you a look at the grid lineup for this heat. This is the bottom group, if you will, of the four-wheel drive section. Reto Jagi, Emil Karamfilov, Damian Petrov, Svetslav Yanikiv, Marek Helbish, Ivan Kuz, Antti Haramala, Sal Peltola, Roman Petrak. And let's hope they all get out to do some laps. And already a problem there for Antti Haramala. Well, that doesn't want to restart, and I think that one's done. What a shame. Well, let's start with number one, the white and green of Mike Humphreys. Excuse me, shall I try and give you the right grid, Paul? The green of Reto Jagi is the number one. Just going under the bridge now, I think. Yes, that's him. Jagi, the Swiss driver, and as tradition dictates, immediately throws it off the track. Just a vague hint of dust being thrown up again from the rear tyres as he disappears down across the start-finish line and gets it very sideways at turn one. That buggy does look like an accident waiting to happen, doesn't it, when you see it? It's a little bit fast and furious and all a bit unnecessary. A bit like my skiing. 11% too fast everywhere. That's what my old boss said. He's a very precise man. Let's move on to number two, Emil Karamfilov. White, orange and red, is it that? Yeah, white, blue and red. Yeah, a bit of a sort of a taupe, bluey green, isn't it, in the middle of that stripe? A lot of work spent. On the bodywork. Nice smooth piece of driving. Number three is Damian Petrov. All white. Oh, there he is. Yeah, that's the one that... Another one that's not got too far. Is that the... Yeah. Well, that's the 6, isn't it? Or is it the 9 and it's upside down? 6, he says. So that's Ivan Kuz. Will take no further part. Svetslav Yanikiv is the number 4. That's yellow and orange. 4th place at the minute for the 4. Ah, perfect timing. Rolls into oblivion. So I got a little bit behind time there. That's the number 4 we're watching there. Let's move on to the number 5, the checkered colours of Marek Helbish. I like that. I like that colour scheme. I think that really works. I like the fact that it's a sort of silver underneath and not just a white. Really looks good on that body shell. Yes, no rear wing on that, spotted by Matt. He's absolutely right. The rear wing is off. That's interesting. Do his time suffer, one asks. Looks rather retro like that, doesn't it? Moving on then to the blue and white number 6, Ivan Kus. Well, we know that one has had its issues, so it's the white and yellow of Antti Harmala, the 7. Oh, we know that one has had its issues as well. Is that one still running? Yeah, no. So Sal Petola, white with the red bottom stripe, is the number 8. Well, he's still running. There he is. Oh, nice. As far as I've seen anyone fly over that middle whoops. That one of the more traditional buggy shapes. Again, though, very lively around the back end of that. Does fly well, though. Onto the tabletop. He does like to throw that buggy in. That's well worth the price of admission, isn't it? And the forward roll to finish. At number 9 is Roman Petrak, Czech Republic driver. Red on top with white and black underneath. A bit of yellow on the roof as well there. And there he is. Good colour scheme, works well. Car looks fast. Ah, what am I saying? What am I saying? I swear this is live, listener and viewer. I swear this is live. This is not something we've cut together. Well, we've got 3.5 minutes to go, and down we go back to the leader. Our predictions are saying nothing better than 13 laps at the moment, so they won't be troubling the leaders. It's Damian Petrov on the number 3, who's got the best chance of a 14-lap run. He's looking at 13 in 10:02 at the moment. Oh, dear me. And I'm mentioning his name. I may never have another race weekend like this ever in my career. Damian Petrov, having had a chance of a 14 lap, and now drifts away to 9 seconds away from that. So he's going to have to get a wiggle on if he's going to get that kind of time back. It is doable. Roman Petrak, by the way, has the best lap, but is well down. Average time for the leader, Damian Petrov, 46.6. Petrov then, Damian Petrov leads from Reto Jägi in terms of the times at the moment. Number 1 of Jägi, the green buggy. Obviously just came to a stop as the moment that we got it into picture. Reto Jägi from Switzerland. That's my mother-in-law. Doesn't sound like a particularly Swiss name, but so important to get the setup and the shockers right on such a bumpy circuit. You want to be able to absorb the undulations, so you don't want them too hard, but you can't have them too soft that it just bounces you around. Oh, why did he stop there? Almost locked up the front wheels. But by the same token, you don't want it too hard, because if you have it too hard, it'll just not stay on the ground. And when your wheels aren't in contact with the ground, you can't be driving forward. Fine margins. Half a minute left. We'll start seeing some 10 minutes. And there you see, in position 1, Damian Petrov with 13 laps in 10 minutes 5.556. So he'll be desperately disappointed not to have got a 14-lap run. Reto Jägi is going to... No, yes he is. No, he's not. He's got 13 laps in the book already with 10 minutes 20. And then everybody else is on fewer laps. So let's get the results up quickly. Couple of guys still to finish. Sal Patola will get 12 laps, and Roman Petrak will get 12. So let's have a quick look at that result once again. If I manage to use the right part of the computer. There is the confirmation that Damian Petrov finished a smidge over 10 minutes on 13 laps. Now we've got one more qualifying run for you this afternoon. It'll be the third group, Group 7. Second group, rather, Group 7. I was right the first on the group. Of the four-wheel drive. Sorry, getting tired today, and it's very warm. This features Mike Humphries, Tony Elfving, Cedric Vicente, Melanie Trotman et al. We had 14 laps here from Andreas Ivo in a 10:14.9. So he's got half a chance of improving on that. It's not an awful lot to ask to get into a 15-lapper. Don't leave us as soon as the racing is over, though. We'll try and grab the two men provisionally with the best times after the first two rounds. This next run will be the last one for today, and then we'll be back bright and early in the morning. So let's have a look at this grid lineup for the final run of the afternoon. Mike Humphries, Michael Schatzley, Tony Elfving, John Bode, Cedric Vicente, Melanie Trotman, Gerhard Umstetter, Andres Ivo, Martin Petrak. So thanks for staying with us this afternoon here on rcracing.tv, EFRA.ws. Our qualifying coverage of the EFRA Large Scale Off-Road Euros for 2014, powered by MCD Racing and graphilbodies.com. We've got the final qualifying run of the afternoon about to get underway. There's your grid. And best of this group last time was Andreas Ivo, the number 8 on the white, blue and mustard buggy. 14 laps in 10 minutes 14.9. Getting dusty, very, very dusty now, and that will mean slippery. Be interesting to see if they can improve these times. Typically over the last week or so, we have seen some overnight rain, so it might just dampen up again tomorrow. Perhaps not to the extent that we saw yesterday, thank you very much. 30 seconds to go then, so let's take off the grid for you and put 10 minutes on the clock. And then you'll be able to see the live updates as we go through. And we'll use our clever, powered by RC timing software here and our computer simulations to try and tell you who's doing what to whom. Let's start having a look at who's out there and what's going on. Already we've got somebody as the buzzer goes off immediately on their roof. That was the number 4 of John Board. But let's start with Martin Petrak, the red, white number 9. Oh, okay, we'll start with number 1. Who is Mike Humphreys on the silver grey buggy? Mike out of the UK. And already these guys are at the same sort of pace or better than they were in the first run. Oh, now this might be very interesting. Are we going to see somebody steal a march? The best run we've seen so far is 15 laps in 10 minutes 10.4. And that was Alexander Schmidt. Number 2 in this group, group number 7 if you're looking on the website. There's white and orange of Michael Schertzley. Swiss driver. Yeah, look at the confidence. It's really, really beginning to build now. Shame, really, we couldn't continue qualifying tonight, actually. I just wonder what would happen. We'd either see some cracking times or lots of broken cars, I think. There are floodlights here. Racing under lights. Very sexy. Number 3 in this group, number 7. The second of the four-wheel drive groups. Dark purple and checker. The Finnish driver Tony Elfing. Tony Elfing there was going fantastically well in the first qualifying session, and as a number of drivers that we featured and said was going fantastically well, immediately lost quite a bit of time by crashing the car. But that was lovely. I mean, that car flew beautifully there, dead straight, landed well. That's smooth. It's neat and tidy. Very high angle of attack for the 2-plane rear wing on that buggy. And if that's just helping him fly, well, clearly not helping him there. So he rolls just before the bridge. Didn't lose a huge amount of time. 43.013 his previous lap. And that was his best lap. And that lap was a what? 44.0, so not so bad at all. John Board is the number 4 with the yellow and purple buggy. And John is over from Holland. The very striking rhubarb and custard style colour scheme, the tiger stripes on the side, and again a buggy that flies very well. You see, not quite the angle of attack of that rear wing that we saw earlier from Tony. It was flicked right up, wasn't it? The blue and pink number 5 is that of Frenchman Cedric Vincente. And that car hasn't come out in this round, so we'll skip through to the white and pink number 6 of Swiss driver Melanie Trotman. Move on. Sorry, just having a chat with Matt there about who's doing what to whom in terms of how it stands at the moment. I'll come and stand and look over your shoulder in a second. Moving on after Melanie, Gerhard Umstetter, white and blue and mustard. He was the next one up, the number 7. Paul has found him out on the circuit. That's kind of changed colour as well, hasn't it? That is not the shell he was using before. Okay. Sorry, that's green, white and blue. I've skipped down one too far. Yeah, you got the right one, I got the wrong one, Paul. Well done. Andreas Ivor is the next one we need to look at, which is the number 8, which is the white, blue and mustard. There you go. And he may have stopped, actually. He's only got 7 laps in the book. So has Andreas Ivor stopped? No, there he is. He's not having a great run though. I remember it's 2 out of 3 qualifying sessions to count. Should have had 4 qualifying sessions, weather intervened. It'll be 3rd qualifying tomorrow, and we'll be live at 9 o'clock Central European time. That's 8 o'clock in the UK. It's another early start for me. And any time between the next day and tomorrow and the day before yesterday, depending on where you are in the world. Yes, exactly. Cedric, finally in this group is Martin Petrak, the number 9, white, red, white. That car. And Martin Petrak, the Czech Republic driver, as we've got to spin right on the last corner, but there he is.
He's got 9 on one side. Oh no, he's got 9 on all sides. Sorry. From some angles it looks like a 7, but there you go.
No,
I'll
definitely
shut up
9. Red, white and black. So we've got 2.5 minutes left. Who are our better drivers? Well, Martin is, since... I'm very sorry for those of you who follow Martin. He's second place at the moment, projected on a 14 lap run at 10:27. But on 10:17, it's Tony Elfington, the Finnish driver. Tony Elfing on the number 3, the dark purple and checkered machine. Looking at a 14 lapper in 10:16. He's got a bit of traffic here. Can cost you at least a couple of seconds if you catch them in the wrong place. It's getting slippery, isn't it? It really is. Particularly in the higher wear areas of the circuit. Oh, Tony. Through goes Andreas Ivo there, and there's a tangle and there's a tussle, and that's costing time. Well, these positions might be absolutely important later on. And there, oh dear, that's number 1, isn't it? That's Mike Humphreys. That was Mike going back into the pit lane. Last 53 seconds. Tony Elfing, Finnish driver, needs to close this out now with a decent last lap or a couple of laps. Still looking at a 14 lap run. Time will elapse, and we've already got him through on a 14, on a 10:16. So he's finished. That mistake doesn't matter. Watch the top right hand side of the screen. You'll see anyone who's got a 9 has still to finish their laps. So second, third on down, Michael Shetzley, John Board, Martin Petrak and Melanie Trotman. They'll all get a 14 lap run. It's just a question of them coming across the line. Watch the numbers change in real time. Next it'll be Michael Shetzley, the Swiss driver. There he goes. And he's gone into second. Melanie Trotman in 5th position. So let's have a look at those results. Mike Humphreys not going the whole distance. 12 laps apiece for Gerhard Umstatter and Andreas Ivo. 14 for Trotman, Petrak, Borg, Shetzley and Tony Elfing. And that just about brings to an end our coverage here this afternoon. We've got some people to do a bit of waving back home, so don't disappear just yet if you're watching. Now, we know that back home, someone is in hospital watching this.
Right, yes.
Is this
Okay.
right?
This
I've got
is
the story right?
it's been
Either that or we're being wound up terribly. Let me just take it away.
fantastic.
Massive. Join us tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp when we'll have the final qualifying sessions. In the two-wheel drive, Petter Hartmann has 110 points against Rick Hoffman's 105 and Patrick Schweinz's 101. In 4th position, Jaroslav Prux and Valentin Persiat, 4th and 5th, separated by just 4 points, and Sasha Kuss is on 94. The top 8 made up by Bernd Georgi and Alex Mulder on 92 and 90. In the four-wheel drive category, it is Valentin Puziat ahead of defending champion Alexander Schmidt after the first 2 rounds of qualifying, but by the smallest margin possible, 111 points to 110. In third place, Pekka Haikala has 107 points and Steve Haynes has 105. Mark Kreisig has 104. Tied on in 6th place, Ken Valkius and Alan Serafian. And then it's John Trotman, Dirk Kellerman and Flavio Bujulig for the top 10. And that's, by the way, 87 points for Flavio. So very, very tight indeed. And obviously, finals places to be won and or lost tomorrow. Let's hope that the weather that we have at the moment continues today and that we have a decent run for the final qualifying session. Join us live, 8 o'clock in the UK. It's 9 o'clock Central European time. On behalf of Paul, Matt and me, John Hindhaugh, thanks for joining us for our live MCT Racing and GraphilBodies.com sponsored coverage of the EFRA LSOR Euros for 2014. For all the details, go to efra.ws and you can pick up all of the information from today. But from the whole crew here, we wish you a very good Thursday evening. Join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK. Bye for now.